The gentleman. I'm in your hands.
Good morning, Mr. Mhlongo.
Good morning, Chair.
Ndadesi Pamandla Mhlongo, your names.
That's correct, Chair.
We are going to begin now, and I suppose that you have familiarized yourself with the terms of reference. Have you?
That's correct. That's correct, Chair.
Yes, thank you. I thought that I must clarify that before you take the oath. Would you like to take the oath or the affirmation?
I'll take the oath, Chair.
Thank you, sir. Do you swear that the oath, the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, nothing else but the truth? And if so, raise up your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, sir. Advocate Ngcukaitobi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mhlongo, what do you have in front of you? What documents are there?
I have a witness statement, and I've got the bundle of evidence, which is SM5.
You should have from SM1, SM2, SM3, SM5. I think the last one is SM11. Do you have those?
I've got SM, it starts from SM5, Chair.
It doesn't start from SM1.
No, SM1, I'm not too sure if you're referring to the witness statement.
No, what you should have in front of you is a witness statement that starts with 5 to 1 up to 5 to 52. Right. Do you have that?
That's correct, Chair.
And then the first document after that is SM1.
I think the way they bundle it, SM1, it should be, because I can see here on this on the very witness bundle, I've got SM4.
All right, well, keep looking. You're making progress.
I think yes, there is SM.
Maybe you can just tell him what it is.
Oh, yes. SM1 is the letter from Hlapane attorneys dated 5 September 2008. It's marked at the top 5A/1.
That's correct. Just that, Chair, they've bundled on the witness statement, sir.
All right. Is it marked SM1?
Yes, it's marked SM1.
All right. No, I think that's good enough. And then can you also see if you've got SM2, which is the letter from the South African Police dated 11 September 2008 to KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association?
SM2.
Yes.
Yes, I've got it.
All right. I think you should then have SM3, SM4, SM5, which you've already confirmed.
Yes, SM3, yes, I've got. It's a South African Police Service letter, yes, which was addressed to Tlapane from Tembeka Ngcukaitobi and the likes. Okay. Then there's another SM4, yes, which is a Tlapane attorney as well.
Yes.
To the Provincial Commissioner, which is a marked agent.
Yes, all right, good. Look, I think you have what we are looking for, so don't worry. I just wanted to confirm that. Then, just on your statement, you've read the statement from page 1 to page 52, correct?
That's correct.
Do you confirm under oath that its contents are true and correct?
I confirm that, Chairperson.
And that they are binding on your conscience?
I do confirm it's binding in my conscience.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, if we turn to the start, can you just explain how it came about that you became a witness in these proceedings? What happened?
It's because I also suffered the if I don't know if it's a correct word, but I suffered from the work of Ketomena in 2009, where I was accused in the matter of Inkosi Zondi.
Yes.
That's where I got involved and get to know about the Kesomena unit.
Yes. We'll come back to Nkosi Zondi. I just want the process. What did you do? I mean, you are a unique witness because you volunteered yourself. So I just want for you to put the panel in a perspective of how you became to where you are today.
It's because, Chairperson, I am the chairperson of the KwaMaphumulo Taxi Owners Association currently. And the reasons for me wanting to come and testify is because there is a lot that is happening even currently in our environment that involves the KwaZulu-Natal Police and part of and other departments, which I see it emanates from what has happened during the Kesomena times.
Yes, and what steps did you take to make sure that you are testifying today? I
contacted the team, the Chauke team, in order for me to be able to assist them to unravel the truth of what has happened before.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, can we then go to your statement? You say that you are the current chairperson of the KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association, correct?
That is correct.
Can you just explain, I mean, you know, we who are not in the taxi industry don't fully understand these associations, how it relates to another taxi association of Stenga or KwaDukuza. So just explain a little bit about this KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association.
KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association is one of the longest serving association in the area. Just to give you a brief overview, my father was an operator in that taxi association. The feud between these two associations started around 1983, 1984. And some of these members are the breakaway from the KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association. Then they formed this called KwaDukuza or Stenga Taxi Owners Association. The feud started to be more intense around 2003, where this association, there was a lot of people who lost their life during that time. There was a commission that was formed by the former MEC of the time in KZN, Mr. Begitsele. The judge who was chairing that commission was Pamenta SC. He recommended that both associations should operate in the same town because the KwaDukuza, they have started to say we should start operating from KwaMaphumulo other than starting from KwaDukuza. But the fact of the matter is, this association called KwaMaphumulo is based in KwaDukuza. We never operate from KwaMaphumulo. All these years we've been operating from the Stenga. If you can look at the geographic area of these two associations or these two towns, KwaMaphumulo is just 37 kilometers away from Stenga. And the only town, and KwaMaphumulo is not a town, it's just a part of just two shops, which is Spa and the post office, which are just there. And if you want to go and buy, you need to go to Stenga in order for you to be able to buy all those necessities. So the only town that the KwaMaphumulo people are able to buy is Stenga. So we operate from this area precisely because it's the only area where we are able to get those necessities for our living. Yes.
So you're saying that the Stenga Taxi Association or KwaDukuza Taxi Owners Association is a breakaway from KwaMaphumulo?
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. But they share the same geographic area and primarily the commercial town is Stenga.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much.
What is the name of the judge that he referred to who chaired the commission?
What is the name of the judge?
It's Pamenta SC.
Or Pamenta SC, I think it's probably a senior counsel.
Yes, I think it was senior counsel.
Senior counsel, yes. Pamenta SC.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you. When was that? In 2003, the commission was held, you say?
It was around 2003. Then the matter was around December in 2003. I can provide the commission with those documents because I've got it with me.
Okay, no, that's fine. But his recommendation was that it's impossible to separate Stenga from KwaMaphumulo. They should all operate from the same routes and the same ranks.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. Now, you mentioned a conflict between these two associations. What do you mean by that?
The conflict, as I have said, it started long ago, but it was not severe as the one of 2003, building up to 2012, where members, they lost their lives. I was hoping that I'm going to give you a picture of how many members that we have lost. In fact, both associations have lost a lot of members, but what is unusual about KwaMaphumulo was the fact that most of their members were killed by the police.
Yes. No, but all right, now, so I'll come to that, but I just want to understand right now at the beginning, when you say conflict, what are you talking about? What is the disagreement about?
The disagreement is, it was all about the routes that were starting from KwaDukuza. If I can mention them, it was Durban, Embangeni, Eshowe, Kranskop, and Tongat. Those were the main 5 routes which were in dispute. But later on, because there was an agreement that was signed in 2022, we are operating those routes in harmony. But there is now a new phenomenon, which started around 2023, when this KwaDukuza now has wanted another 3 routes from us. And I've said to them in a couple of meetings that we seated down with them, asking them, guys, can you please at least make us share other than taking from our side? Then they refused profoundly to say they are unable to share with us, they only want to take from us. That is what is currently happening, because if I can just report to you, Chair, on the 13th of March 2025, there was a shooting between these two associations. Luckily, there was no one who was hurt, but about 52 firearm cartridges were found on the scene.
So the conflict was about routes.
Definitely, it was about the routes, Chairperson.
Yes. But how did this conflict emanate? When you say routes, presumably there is someone who's operating the routes sometime in 2003 or in 2012. And then somebody else wants the routes, and then that's how it should start. But I just want to understand how we are now casting back to 2003, because a lot of these killings were happening in 2008, 2009. So I just want to get the sense of how this conflict began.
Chairperson, the KwaDukuza, they never operated the long distances. They only started operating those routes around 2003, 2004. Because they saw that they are unable to operate those routes because passengers, they are used to ride in or to get into our taxis, which is Maphumulo, to all these destinations. They decided, because we said to them in one of the meetings, they can operate their routes on their rent, because in this Stenga town, the 2 rents are just a stone away from each other. And we said to them, they can operate their routes from that of their point of departure, then we can operate as well from our point. But they decided to embark on the violence. They started shooting at our members, and a couple of cases were opened, and there was nobody who has been prosecuted for the murders of the members of KwaMaphumulo. I can point out just one incident when one family, a mother and a husband, they were driving from Stenga. They were shot. In that incident, I could remember it was on a Saturday. A husband was shot and killed. The mother managed to survive. She's a member now of the executive committee, of my executive committee. The case was opened, and in that case, one person was arrested, and there was no prosecution. it's just one instance that I'm making reference to. And the person in question has always asked questions. How? Because I gave the names, because I saw the people who was involved in my shooting, but there was never anyone who was arrested or being prosecuted for that crime.
Yes, you might want to give us some detail because you know this is an inquiry. So if you say a member was shot and lodged a criminal case and having identified the shooters, but the police failed to either investigate or prosecute, we don't understand what that means. If you could say so-and-so was shot in this time and they had identified so-and-so as the killers and they lodged the complaint at this police station in this time. So that's the kind of detail the inquiry would appreciate.
I would appreciate to do that, Chairperson, but maybe I will have to get the blessings from the person involved, because she gave me the case number, which I can give it to you if you want to. Maybe you can check for yourself what has happened in that case number. Case number 3308-2003.
Yes. I think the screen seems to be freezing, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if... Can you still hear us, Mr. Mhlongo?
Yes, I can hear clearly on my side.
Okay, well, let's see.
And do you see us? We can see you perfectly well.
Now I can see you. Previously, I didn't see you. I was only speaking to myself.
That is terrible, Mr. Mhlongo. You should see us because we can see you perfectly well. And if you don't,
I was unable. I'm only able to see you now.
Yes, if you don't see
now
us, do let us know so that
I can't see you now, Chair.
You can see me.
I can't see you, Chair, now.
You can see my sisters. Me and my sisters.
I can see you, Chair. I can see the other sisters there.
That's great.
Okay.
Mr. Spokesperson, you will assist us if we reach this kind of a situation. Mr. Mhlongo must also have a privilege of seeing us.
All right. Mr. Mhlongo, let's do this. Let's skip 5.1, 5.2, 5.3. Let's go to 5.4. Those pages are all introduction. And we start under the section background, paragraph 16. Can you see that of your statement? Yes.
Yes, I can see that, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you. Now, you want to narrate the events that happened immediately after the death of Senior Superintendent Chauke on the 27th of August, 2008. Can you explain what your knowledge is of that incident?
After the killing of Mr. Chauke, there was a spate of killing of the members of the KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association by the Ketomena unit. I could remember very well because I was actively involved in the association. I was appointed as the disciplinary member of the two associations, because during the time, it was the time where we were forging the peace between these two associations. I was the member as well because one of the recommendations by Pamela SC was to have one rank where we could operate these two routes. And during that time, I can safely say it started with Mutelizi, who was killed in Stenga Manor. Then it went up to the killing of Mr. Ndimande Makojela and his bodyguard. And I could remember we had a very busy weekend on that particular weekend because we had to bury Ndimande on Sunday, and we had to bury Mr. Mthembu as well as Mr. Ntuli on the very same weekend.
Yes.
It appears that we are also now interrupted again. We don't see you, Mr. Mhlongo. Gentlemen over there, are you experiencing problems? Mr. Spokesperson?
Yes, they are attending to it.
Are they attending to it? Yes, yes, thank you. Proceed, Councillor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mhlongo. What was your role at the time? You said you played an active role. Were you in the executive, or what other role were you playing?
I was the member of the disciplinary committee for the both associations, Stenga and Maphumulo. As I have narrated before, Chair, that we were forging peace between these two associations. It was during the time where both associations were starting to work those 5 routes together.
Yes, okay, that's good. Now, that's how you became integrally involved in the activities of KwaMaphumulo. Now, if I could then ask you to look at paragraph 17, 18, 19, and 20. Those are the introductory paragraphs to the situation pertaining to the killing of Superintendent Chauke.
That's correction.
Yes. You mentioned there, particularly paragraph 19, that between the 29th of August 2008 and 18 September 2008, several KwaMaphumulo members who were suspected of involvement in the Chauke murder were killed by members of the Keitomano unit in separate incidents. Earlier in your testimony, when you were still giving introduction, you said to the panel that taxi violence is long in existence in KwaZulu-Natal, particularly in the conflict between Stenga and KwaMaphumulo. But what is unique about your association is that you are the one association whose members were killed by the police. Just explain that. What do you think is the reason why your association happened to be the only one whose members were killed by the police, and specifically not by any random police, but by the Keitomano unit?
Chairperson, it's a very strange way of operating here in KZN, because people were killed by the police. And what is strange about it was the fact that during the 2003 and 2004, municipality manager of KwaDubuza municipality was killed. And there was no one who was killed because it was a well-known statement that he was killed by the KwaDubuza Taxi Association. But there was nothing that happened to the KwaDubuza. And furthermore, if you can look at, there was an incident that involved the KwaDubuza members. 2 members hijacked the one member of the IFP, who a prominent member of IFP, Mr. Musazoni, at the highway at Umvoti Toll Plaza. And these members were just taken in and they were just arrested, they were not killed. But what is strange about this situation is the fact that if you are from Maphumulo, the police will not arrest you, but they will just take you to the next mortuary area. You will be just killed.
Yes. I mean, bearing in mind your involvement in this, what is the explanation for that your members were targeted for killing, but you say municipal manager in Stenga, who is suspected of having been killed by the Stenga Taxi Association members, there is no investigation at all? Why were you being targeted?
I think, Chairperson, it emanates from, I'm being speculative here, Chair. I think it emanates from the reception from Mr. Tele, who was the MEC of Transport in KZN.
Yes.
There was one meeting where he came to Maphumulo, as you could recall, around the time as he was appointed as the MEC for transport in KZN, the first thing he did was to shut down these two taxi rank, Maphumulo and Stena, and he had to convene a meeting with the members of the community. And the members of KwaMaphumulo, or the community from Maphumulo, they asked him a couple of questions, and something happened, very strange thing happened on that particular meeting, where he was shouting at the members of the community because they didn't agree of his decision to close both the associations. And it went up further to say, we think as the members of the Maphumulo Taxi Association that maybe it's because the municipality during the time was under IFP. Maybe that was the reason why he was not favoring our association. That's what we think as the association was the reason for Mr. Nkabinde not favoring us, but giving instruction to kill our members. As we will see during my testimony, that he said very unusual ways to say amanzi adungekile sobhukuda ingwenya kuphela, which means these people now the area is muddy, and if they are swimming against the crocodile will just bite you.
Counsel, before you proceed, may I request our law researchers to favor one of our lady journalists there with a bottle of room temperature water? It might help you, madam.
Madam Chair, we were also given coffee, just me and Mr. Mutsweni.
There is no favoritism. I'm just a bit concerned with her coughing. I'm sure we can all be given coffee at one stage. We're just at the beginning of winter.
Yes.
They will bring some water to you, madam, and you gentlemen, if you wish. Coffee later. Yes, thank you. You may proceed, Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Mhlongo, so you are saying one explanation is political, and particularly you are placing the blame at the door of Mr. Begicele, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Yes, all right. Thank you. Now, if we go further in your statement, paragraph 21, on 25 August 2008, Mr. Makosabo Swayo Mkhize and Gedwane Mhlongo attended court in Pietermaritzburg for a matter in which they were already on bail. Now, which matter was that? Do you remember?
That matter was a matter of one member from Kranskop who was shot and killed somewhere in Kranskop. Then they were charged for that murder case, and they were appearing in Pietermaritzburg.
Yes, that's right. We'll come back to Mr. Swayo because his name features in the docket. Now, then, when they are there in that matter, they are then arrested at paragraph 22 and taken to custody. Can you see that?
That's correct, sir.
Yes. Now, then at paragraph 23, Constable Ndlovu transports Mr. Mkhize and Mr. Mhlongo. Now, who are these? Which Mr. Mkhize is this?
It's the same Makosabo Swayo Mkhize who was transported to another matter which they were arrested for, which I'm not clued up about. I know that they appeared in Stena for that matter.
Yes. And then Mr. Mhlongo is Gedwane.
That's correct, but not Mhlongo as me. There's another Mhlongo name of Gedwane. In fact, his real name is Ketonjani Mhlongo. It's a nickname that is called Gedwane.
Yes, right, that's fine. So they are then transported to KwaDukuza Magistrates Court so that they could wait for the docket. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, en route, which is paragraph 24, they are then told that Mr. Chauke has been killed.
That's correct, Chair. It happened in the area of KwaMaphumulo called Eplangweni. There was a detour there on that route. The road was collapsed somewhere. There was a construction going on there, and apparently Mr. Chauke was killed there. I remember I was on my way to a court appearance for Mr. Mkhize as well for the support, and we were made to tent, but we were told that someone has been killed, and we didn't know. I didn't know around the time. Up until later on, we were told that it was Mr. Chauke who was killed on that incident.
Yes. Now, the result of that is that their own case that they were attending to, related to the killing of a different person, cannot proceed. Is then postponed to the 3rd of September. Correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Yes. Now, then, paragraph 25. There is an issue you raise here that they request, your attorneys request that these members, Mr. Mkhize and Mr. Mhlongo, should not be kept at Keitomano, but they should be detained at Westfield. And the magistrate then issued the warrants for detention at Westfield. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Why was there a concern that they should not be detained at Keitomano but at Westfield?
It's because of the abuse that they experienced before, and all the members of KwaMaphumulo who has went through to they will tell you myself my experience there as we proceed with this testimony.
Yes. So you're saying by 2008 already, the instances of abuse were known to your members and they were keen to avoid detention at Keitomano?
That is correct.
Yes. Now, the magistrate then agrees that they should be detained at Westfield. What then happens thereafter is at paragraph 26, which is at 8 p.m. on the 27th of August, Mr. Mhlongo and Mr. Mkhize's attorneys are told that contrary to the warrant of detention, which is signed by the magistrate, they have in fact been taken to Keitomano. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair. That is correct, Chair. And it was communicated to the chair of the time, Mr. Bongani Mkhize, that they had heard that these guys have been taken to Keitomano, and he instructed them to go there in the morning to go and check on them. Yes.
And then when this incident is investigated, paragraph 27, it is established that the magistrate has indeed endorsed the warrants of detention for Westfield. And the control prosecutor, yes, the control prosecutor has also endorsed the same warrants for Westfield. But what happens is that there is somebody else who scratches out Westfield and replaces with Keitomano. Correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Yes.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes, and then it's established that the person who has taken these detainees is Inspector Pandey, which is paragraph 27.4. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Now, who is Inspector Pandey?
He is one of the members of the Keitomano unit.
Yes. Do you know if he has any authority to override the decision of the magistrate? If a magistrate says go to Westfield, does Inspector Pandey have a right to override that decision and say that you should go to Keitomano?
As far as my understanding, it's incorrect. It's not supposed to happen that way.
Yes, because the judiciary is independent in this country. It's not controlled by the police.
That's correct.
Yes.
That's correct.
Yes. Now, they are then at Keitomano contrary to the decision of the magistrate and upon the decision of Inspector Pandey, who comes from Keitomano. Then they are interrogated for the murder of Superintendent Tongo, which is paragraph 28. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Then the attorneys,
What is, Chairperson, is the fact that
I'm not sure if you are speaking, Mr. Mhlongo, but you're frozen on our side.
I can hear you on my end.
I couldn't hear anything, but you wanted to add something to what I said about the interrogation.
I don't know if you can hear me now.
Yes, we can hear you. It's just that your screen is frozen. That's what is disturbing. But
okay.
We can hear your voice.
Okay. What I was saying is that it is strange that you can be interrogated for something where you was in police custody and a crime was committed while you were in police custody, then you're interrogated about that. So that was a bit strange for me.
Yes, because your statement explains that they are already in detention for something else when Mr. Kongo is killed.
That is correction.
Yes, but then they are interrogated for the killing of Mr. Kongo.
That is where I'm saying it was strange.
Yes, I understand. Thank you. Now, in the morning of the 28th of August, the attorneys are able to visit them. Is that correct?
That's correction.
And then, according to paragraph 29, what do they report to the attorneys?
They report that they've been tortured and assaulted during the interrogation.
Yes. And then what else?
And they also said that they have requested legal representatives, and they were all refused that right to have an attorney to represent them.
Yes. And then the following day, the 29th, they are then transferred to Westfield Prison.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. And then when they ask for bail, it is opposed by Inspector Maharaj. Who is he?
He is a member of the Ketomena unit.
Yes. But the magistrate grants them bail.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. Now, paragraph 32, we can skip that unless you want to comment on it, because it's just your deduction of these events.
No, I'm covered, Chair. You can continue.
You've already commented on that. Thank you very much. Now, in paragraph 33, that you can also skip that you believe that your members were being targeted for the killing of Mr. Kongo, because you've already explained that you found it odd that someone who's in detention will be interrogated for killing of a person whilst that person was in detention. So you can skip paragraph 33. Paragraph 34, you already outlined here the 6 members of your association that were killed. Can you just take us through those names?
The first person, I think it starts with Makoche and demanded the Howie case 106/09/08. The second one is Togozan Tembe, Howie case 106/09/08. Lindelani Butelezi Watuguza case number 3909/08. Kosnati Wilson Mtembu, Mundeni case 7609/0209. Mduduzi Mkhize, Umkomazi case 235/10/2008. And Duli, aka Kopolota Mandini case 7609/2009.
Yes. Now, according to your knowledge, why were these 6 gentlemen killed?
We were told that they were involved in the killing of Superintendent Tembeka.
Yes, but a person who's involved in the killing, should they be killed or should they be arrested?
As far as my understanding, a person should be brought to the court, and the court should decide if the person was involved or not.
Yes. So, It's common cause, well, let me not use that term. It is admitted by the NPA and the evidence leaders in this case that all these 6 were killed by the police. Correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Now, I just want to ask you then, are they all associated one way or the other with the KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association?
All these are the members of KwaMaphumulo Association, excluding the as the bodyguard to Mr. Nkabinde.
That's Mr. Tembe.
Yes, that was Thokozani Tembe, who was the bodyguard.
Yes.
Okay, Ngcukaitobi, I'm sorry to take you back, Mr. Mhlongo. When you look at page 5-6, paragraph 27, and the sub-paragraphs, you are relating how these 2 members were detained and
That's correct, Chair.
taken to the Katomena police detentions after the alteration of the detention warrant, correct?
That's correct, Chair.
In paragraph 30, you mentioned that these 2 were then returned to court and transferred to Westville Prison on the 29th of August. Correct?
That's correct, Chair. That's correct, Chair.
What I would like to know from you, if you are able to say, in terms of which detention warrant were they then transferred to Westville Prison, because the initial detention warrant by the magistrate had been altered.
I think
Yes.
It's emanates from the intervention from the attorneys, the Tlapane attorneys, who came and asked questions about why these people are kept here, and the confirmation from the courts to say, yes, we have ordered to send these people to be lodged at Westville Prison. I think it's emanated from that. That is when they were moved to Westville.
Now, as an ordinary person, if I may use that word, what did you make of this conduct of the police altering a detention warrant and then subsequently seeking to comply with the original detention warrant?
Heard about it. That is why that is why the attorneys for the association take it further to write to the commissioner and take this matter to court. As you will see, as we go along, you'll see these letters have been written, and this matter has been raised sharply to say that these Ketomela, they are law into themselves.
Yes. Madam Chair, I've just asked my colleague to find it, but we do have the altered detention warrant because it was part and parcel of the trial of Mr. Mhlongo when he was accused of murder. Mr. Mhlongo, you remember that?
That's correct, Chair.
But I will ask for it to be found just to complete this part of the evidence.
Yes, thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mhlongo, we are still at paragraph 34. Now, we've confirmed the one fact that all of those 6 people were killed by the members of the Ketomano unit. Secondly, all of them were members of the KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association, with the exception of Mr. Tembe, but Mr. Tembe had enough association with the KwaMaphumulo because he was the bodyguard of Mr. Nkabinde, correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. Now, we already have two other people in detention, Mr. Mkhize and Mr. Mhlongo, who are accused of having killed Superintendent Chauke. And then we have 6 others. That makes the number 8 people, according to the police, that are the suspects. And 6 are killed and 2 are detained and tortured. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. Now, did you establish, what role each of these people were said to have played, or what the evidence was that is said to have linked them with the killing of Superintendent Chauke? These 6 that are in paragraph 34.
Chairperson, it will be impossible for us to know, because the police, they should be the one who should tell us what was their role. And unfortunately, there is no one who has been taken to court for this matter. If maybe this matter had been ventilated in court, we should be in the position to know what was their role, each person.
Yes.
But as far as where I am sitting now, we don't know really what was their role at this particular moment.
Yes, well, even the 2 that were detained, Mr. Swayo and Mr. Gedane Mhlongo, what happened to Mr. Swayo? Where is he now?
Swayo, he was first accused in the case of the murder of Inkosi Zondi. He was my accused. He was granted bail. Subsequently to that, he was shot and killed in a mysterious way where he was residing at KwaMaphumulo.
Yes. And what happened to Mr. Gedane Mhlongo?
Mr. Mhlongo is still alive. He has decided to leave the taxi industry. I'm told that he is a musician now, but I still keep in contact with him because he sometimes phones.
Yes. No, yes, but in terms of the allegation, you remember the point we're trying to figure out is these people are accused of having killed Mr. Chauke. He is at some point detained, and what you would expect then is that he would go to a trial. So what happened there?
Chairperson, they were not charged for this murder of Mr. Chauke. They were only released after, if you can go to the statement and see that on paragraph 31, you'll see that the matter was that they were arrested or was sent back to court, which was a week. Then they were granted bail for that matter, but on this Chauke matter, they were not charged for it.
Yes, exactly the point. So no one out of these 8 that are initially associated with the killing is ever charged and taken to the courts to decide their guilt or innocence, correct?
That's correction.
Yes, and 7 have been killed. We know the 6 that have been killed by the police. We know 1 who has been killed mysteriously, but we know 1 where the charges the allegations just vanished into thin air.
That's correct.
Yes. Now, then that takes us then to paragraph 35, where the KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association decides to correspond with the government, starting with the letter of the 5th of September 2008. Were you involved in the instructions to the attorneys at that point?
I was not involved. The executive committee was involved, but as the members will be briefed, the meeting will be called, then we are briefed by the chairperson to say, this is the next step that we are going to take, and you have input as the members of the association.
Okay. So you attended meetings that were convened by the chairperson at the time?
That's correct, Chair.
And who was the chairperson at the time?
It was Mr. Bongani Elfias Mkhize.
Yes. And we know that Mr. Bongani Mkhize was also subsequently killed.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. Now, the briefings that he was giving you would be what? That a letter is being written to the police for what reason?
He told us that because of what is happening, and we see that we can't find help from anyone, he has instructed the attorneys to write a letter to the Human Rights Commission, to the Independent Directorate of Public Complaints Directorate, to the National Commissioner, the Public Protector, and the likes, in order for us to try and see if they can assist, because the Ketomena unit has become so volatile, and we are unable to be helped by anyone. But with the hope that if we are writing to these people, they might intervene.
Yes. Well, the first letter is at SM1, page 5A/1, dated the 5th of September 2008. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. It's been read several times into this record. I don't want to repeat it, but you can give your own summary of your understanding about why your attorneys, as the association, wrote to the Provincial Commissioner Brown and to Director Bass, who is from the National Inspectorate, and what did they actually want. And specifically, I want to refer you to page 5A/7, in which your association says at Roman figure 2, any member of the Maphumulo Taxi Association who is arrested or detained, whether or not he is charged, requires to be legally represented and nominates our office in this regard. We require that our offices be contacted immediately if an arrest is made. Now, this would be a very odd thing to say that, look, if you want us as the association, these are our attorneys, we will make ourselves available. Why did you feel that it was necessary for your association to make that approach to the police?
Chairperson, it's because, as I have said, the police or the Ketomena unit was uncontrollable. No one who has went to Ketomena from Maphumulo who has come out alive. It's only myself and Gedwane who has come back alive. All the members of the Maphumulo who have been taken by Ketomena, they were all killed. And that is happening even currently, Chairperson. I wanted to state that as a fact. I'm living in fear at the moment because the police here in KZN, they are used by our competitors, which is what Dugoza. I can mention a lot of things that has happened currently during my time up until today. I've also requested, I've applied for the same thing for the members. I've instructed my attorneys to do the same currently as we speak. So it's a problem that we are currently having here in KZN.
Yes, no, that's fine. We will come back to the current problem. Let us first finish the 2008 problem. You say the reason you felt the need to instruct your lawyers that if you are wanted as the association, you'll be available.
That's correct.
Was because this association was uncontrollable. This unit was uncontrollable. Everyone who's ever encountered them didn't come out alive, except yourself and Mr. Mhlongo.
That's correct.
Yes. Thank you. Now, at paragraph 38, you deal with the instance of Mr. Sipho Moses Dlamini, who was an SAPS officer in the taxi violence unit who surrendered himself to Ketomano as a potential witness. What was he a witness for?
Mr. Dlamini, he was working for the taxi violence unit. So he was asked to come and be interrogated by the members of Ketomena, and During that time, Mr. Dlamini was interrogated there, and he was also suffered the trauma or the beating from he was assaulted by these members at Ketomena, where he suffered mostly the eardrum, where it was damaged, and this guy, this Sipho Dlamini, he was working as a bodyguard as well of the taxi violent unit, which was the company that was giving us the protection as the association.
Yes, but when he says he surrendered himself as a witness, what does that mean? Witness for what?
He was asked to come and testify if they are members of the Maphumulo Taxi Association who was involved in the killing of Superintendent.
Yes, and when he got there, he was assaulted.
That's correct, Chair.
And the person who assaulted him is named in your statement. Well, the person who detained him, we don't yet know who assaulted him, is named as Detective Inspector Pandey.
That's correct, Chair.
And you've already testified that he is one of the employees of the Ketomano unit.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. Now, that is what you've addressed at paragraph 39. We are not going to repeat that, correct?
Councillor,
That's correct, Chair.
sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Before you step off paragraph 38, it is said here Mr. Moses Sipho Dlamini is an SAPS officer.
I think it's a misprint, Chairperson. He is working for Taxi Violence Unit as the company that was giving us a protection, or was working. He was a bodyguard.
So it should be security officer rather than SAPS.
Thank you.
Are you hearing me, Mr. Mhlongo?
I can hear you, Chairperson.
I'm saying we should correct that to say he's a security officer in the private security industry.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you. You've already addressed paragraph 39. I won't repeat it unless you feel the need to say something about that.
We can proceed, Chair.
Thank you. Then we go to Magojela Ndimande and Mr. Thokozane Tembe. What was the role of Mr. Ndimande in the association?
He was a member of the association, having a couple of taxis. Hence, he was provided a security guard because there was an information that the police wanted him, and subsequently he presented himself to the police station at Mtunzini, where he was interrogated and by this Ketomena unit, but later on he was released.
Yes, yes. We've in this hearing we've gone through the incident where he was detained and released because of insufficiency of evidence. This is what you are dealing with in paragraph 20, correct? In paragraph 40.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. All right, that's fine. And then you deal thereafter with the death of Mr. Lindelane Buthelezi. Who was he?
He was the member of the Maphumulo Taxi Owners Association, and he was residing just in town of Stenger. There's the place called Stenger Manor there, where he was staying.
Yes, and he was then killed on the 3rd of September 2008, correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes, and the eyewitness who was there was his wife, Ms. Tembeka Ngcukaitobi, who gave a statement. We dealt with that statement earlier. I won't ask you to go through it again. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes, so you can skip then 41, 42, 43. So then we go to the response by the Provincial Commissioner to the letter of demand. So that you will find at SM2, page 5A/9.
I'm there, Chair.
Yes, now I just want to go through this letter in some detail because it's a reflection of what responses your association received when they raised the concern about the murder of their members. Now, it is dated the 11th of September 2008. Firstly, it complains that Mr. Hlapane attorney's letter is unsigned and is without a reference and without annexures.
That's correction.
Yes. Now, I couldn't understand that because if you go
That's
to
correction.
page 5A/8, the letter is in fact signed.
That's correct, Chair.
Can you see that? Yes. Now, I also couldn't work out what they mean by references and annexures because the reference is in the body of the letter and it names specific individuals that were involved and it doesn't refer to any annexures. Can you see that?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes.
I can see that.
Yes, but just in terms of you as an ordinary person having instructed an attorney to raise an issue with the police that, look, our members are being killed, and you receive a response that is so technical that your letter is not signed, it has no annexures, it has no references. I mean, how do you respond to that as a lay person?
It's become difficult. You come to a conclusion to say these people, they are inclined to a certain group or members of the community or a certain group of society. If you are writing such a document or letters and you receive such a response.
Yes. Now, and then in paragraph 2, they say, it is unfortunate that your office writes to this office in such an unprofessional manner that is referred to in paragraph 1 above. Now, we've already looked at whether factually it is accurate that the letter is unsigned, it has no reference, it has no annexures. They label that to be unprofessional. I mean, would you expect the police who have been told that there is serious criminal activity to adopt the approach of accusing the attorneys of being unprofessional instead of addressing the concerns that are being raised?
I believe it was just a strategic way to say, let us delay so that we can continue in what we wanted to do. That's the conclusion that I can come up into.
Then it goes further in paragraph 3. It says, be that as it may, this office has inquired into your allegations. So they are now claiming they've investigated the allegations and denies that any unlawful
That's correct.
and denies that any unlawful act was performed by the SAPM members you referred to, and therefore the allegations are without substance. So already between the 5th of September and the 11th of September, according to the provincial office, Director Naika of the Provincial Commissioner Legal Services had done an investigation and had found that the killing of all of those 6 people and the torture that of those 2 people was without any substance. I mean, how do you respond to that? Because it seems that they were too quick to claim that there was an investigation and an outcome.
As I have said fact, these people, they are working together. They know what was their end goal. And it's just unfortunate that maybe they will come and testify as to why they were writing such letters. And maybe they will give us a clarity. They were working for who and who was giving them instruction to write these kind of letters. Because for me, where I am standing, I don't understand and I don't get it. If you haven't conducted the investigation, then you come up and write such a letter. More above that, life has been lost. Because the mandate of the police is to service the people, to protect, not to kill.
Yes, but I mean, is it realistic that there was in fact any investigation that was conducted in these 5 days?
I don't think there was.
Yes.
That's my view.
Yes. You see, because a couple of weeks ago in this inquiry, and it's something you don't know, I'm telling you now about it, is that one of the witnesses brought Standing Order 251 of the police, which says that if there is a killing at the hands of the police, it is the onus of the police to justify the killing. And there must be an inquiry in relation to each of those killings. And so one would expect that there should be a file, in which the police justify the killing. Now, when you see this written 5 days later saying the allegations are without substance after 6 people have been killed, the allegations are without substance, would you say that that standing order was complied with?
I don't think it was complied with. And I believe if you are conducting an investigation, you don't just look at one side. You look both sides in order for you to be able to determine the truth.
Yes. Well, we have not found any documents here proving that there was any investigation conducted. And we hear that Major General Boysen will be giving evidence. Hopefully he will provide us with the files showing these investigations. Now, then it says, the office further responds to your letter as follows. 3.1, please clarify who is your client, because your letter refers to the Taxi Association as your client. In paragraph 1 of your letter, you refer to your clients who are in detention. Now, again, I ask you, how do you respond to this? Because the letter is clear that they act for the association and the members of the association are in detention. Why is that not clear enough to the police?
It's really not understandable why. And you'll see that later, those names were put in for their clarity, but they were trying to be technical about everything.
Well, you say later, but the names are already in the letter that they are responding to.
That's correct.
Yes, because all of these names of Swayo, Kize, of Gedwane Mhlongo are all mentioned in paragraph 1 of the letter.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. But also the relationship between them and the association is clear from the letter. They are members of the association, and the association says you must act for all of them, so they are all your clients. They are tennis clients. Now, then in paragraph 3.2, they say, your complaints of assault, denial of legal representation, and alteration of the warrant will be investigated upon receipt of sworn statement of the prisoners and copies of the documents you failed to annex to this letter. What we say to that they won't investigate the assault until the person who has been assaulted signed a sworn statement. But the person who's been assaulted is in detention.
That's something they should be the one who should be doing that, because if you are in custody, you've got limited rights, and if you are in prison like your Westville, you come there and like myself, I'll speak for myself, I went there, I was supposed to go to the hospital in order for them to check the damage that was done to me, but they were told by these members of the cantonment to say, I mustn't be taken to hospital, I must be taken straight to the holding cells. So it was going to be difficult for us to be able to get that information.
Yes. And then in paragraph 3.3, they say it is for the court to decide who were the perpetrators or who were involved in the murder. You should know that this is a matter you need to raise before the magistrate. This office is not the forum to argue any defense of the prisoners. That I don't understand. The letter says our members have been killed because of the suspicion that they are involved in the murder. But the response from the police is that the court must decide who is responsible. But it's the same police who have killed them. What do you say to that?
It's really strange, because if you wanted them to come and present their case, you should take them to court, not kill them. If you kill them, they're unable to speak. That's a fact.
Quite. Then in paragraph 3.4, your allegation in paragraph 12 to 16 will likewise be investigated upon receipt of the sworn statements from the appropriate persons. Here too, it is not clear who is your client. Now, this I also thought is very strange, because these are the people that are, some of them have already been killed, but they are asking for sworn statements from them. Others are in detention, alleging torture by the police, but they are asking for sworn statements by them. How do you respond to that?
It's unheard of. How can you get a statement from a dead person? And more above that, if you are to furnish a statement, you'll be targeted. You'll be found. They will kill you.
Yes. I mean, was that not the reason why you went to an attorney in order to obtain the protection of a lawyer?
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. And in 3.5, they say, once again, at paragraph 17 of your letter, it is not clear who are your clients. Now, this is all characteristic of this. If you go to this paragraph 17, which is at 5A/6, this is what it says. Our clients are particularly disturbed by the entire sequence of events and pattern of conduct outlined above, and particularly the method of investigation adopted by the police. Every person dealt with by the police has complained of serious abuse. This concern is exacerbated by statements which have been published in the various media quoting high-ranking officials, including Community Safety and Liaison MEC Bheki Cele, stating that the police officers should put criminals behind bars or send them to the nearest mortuary. Our clients believe that the police have acted as a law unto themselves and are conducting the investigation on the understanding that they have a virtual license to arrest and detain at will, to interrogate and assault, and even to kill without adhering to the laws which govern due process. Now, again, the clients have already been set out as the association through its members. Why would they ask you to clarify your clients, which are already clear in the letter?
That was the tactic as well. I will reiterate that there is a pattern of doing things, and there is a way of trying to delay so that they can achieve what they wanted to achieve, because they were targeting certain individuals and they were unable to find them. Soon as they find them, you'll see that the killing stopped.
Yes. And then please clarify by sworn statements your complaint against the MEC as well as other complaints. Now that again, if you go to that paragraph 17 we've just read, the complaint against the MEC is clear that he has incited the murder of people because he says send them to a police station or to the nearest mortuary. So that's the complaint. Correct. It's a complaint of incitement to murder. So how would a sworn statement change anything?
Yeah, and the MEC said that in a public platform, he didn't just say it maybe inside the police or outside inside the police station, or maybe in the group that was investigating the murder. He said it in public in the funeral of Superintendent Tembeka Ngcukaitobi, where he attended at KwaNongo.
Yes.
So even the media was there.
Yes. Now, and then if you turn over the page at 3.6, it says, once again, it says, once again, further at paragraph 18 of your letter, there is no clarity as to who your client is, and this office therefore demands that you furnish proof as to who is your client. An association remains an association, and you cannot be allowed by the KZN Law Society to act for clients who do not want to disclose their identities and physical residing addresses. Do you know what this is referring to? I mean, you are not an attorney, but I've never seen this requirement before.
Very strange things was happening around this time. You'll expect anything, and I've never heard before of law society wanting the physical address of these people. I've never heard, but it's something that is happening here in KZN, and it's unheard of. Maybe if someone has heard it, you should come forward and tell us that it has happened. It has happened to them. But for me, it's really strange.
Yes. Then they say, in doing so, there is potential financial prejudice to the Minister for Safety and Security should any litigation process ensuing out of this matter end up with a cost order against your client. We need to identify and access them to recover the state's costs. Also, you are obliged to disclose your clients in a criminal case. I mean, what are they talking about here? The association says we need your protection by the police. People are being killed. If you want to arrest them, we will surrender them. These are the names of the people that have been killed. These are the names of the persons we hear are being sought, but we will surrender them. The response from the government, from the minister, from the provincial commissioner, is that there is likely to be litigation, and in that litigation, we want protection for costs. Do you understand what they're talking about, just as a lay person?
I don't understand it, and maybe it was the way of trying to threaten the member to say, if you continue with this, we might take you to court and we might be able to recover some monies from you so that you can get scared and step back a little bit.
Yes, but the issue here is about the protection of the members who are complaining about being targeted deliberately for murder by the Katumani unit. How does that become litigious?
I really don't know. Maybe Mr. Ngidi, he should come and testify and say what he meant in this letter.
Well, the evidence leaders can call him. Then they talk about disclosing your clients in a criminal case, but the letter discloses all of the names of the affected individuals.
That's correct, Chair.
Then paragraph 3.7, as a firm of attorneys, you should be familiar with the relevant applicable provisions of the Criminal Procedure Act as far as the arrest and questioning of witnesses are concerned. The SAPS will not bend the provisions of the Act to suit your client's personal needs. In any case, a mystery surrounds the identity and residential address of your clients. Once again, this office is willing to investigate any reasonable complaint, but the complainant is expected to cooperate and provide us with sworn statements. One cannot have his cake and eat it at the same time by threatening to obtain a court order, whilst you are frustrating the investigation by not providing the sworn statements. It's also unclear to me what they mean here. They're talking about the Criminal Procedure Act. Now, how does the Criminal Procedure Act assist when you are saying as a layperson, I've got a problem because the cops are killing my members? Do you understand?
I don't understand the content of this paragraph, honestly, because hence we have said, Chairperson, that we are crying here. We're saying we are being killed. people are being killed. We know that there is a list that has been compiled by the Ketomena unit to kill our members. And we knew that list was compiled with Ketomena in conjunction with our competitors, which was the Tembeka Taxi Association. So we were trying to say, can you at least investigate and see if what we are saying is true? But it seems as if the door was shut for us.
Yes. Well, I mean, the section of the Criminal Procedure Act that another witness testified about, Advocate Noko, is Section 49, subsection 2 of the Criminal Procedure Act, which regulates the instances in which the police can use deadly force to apprehend a suspect. Now, where that has happened, it's up to the police to justify it. So when they're talking about bending the act to suit your client's personal needs, how would you understand that as a lay person? That the police have a license to kill and that nothing will change, or what?
That's what I understand, Chairperson. If I read this line, it says the police, they are allowed to kill, and you can't do nothing about it.
Yes. Now, they also are talking about submitting sworn statements to conduct an investigation. But if you look at paragraph 3, they already have said they've done the whole investigation and they've found nothing.
That's correct, Chair.
So what are these sworn statements for then, if they've already cleared everyone?
It's confusing in simple terms.
Would you say contradictory?
That's correct. It is contradictory in what they have said in paragraph 3 and paragraph 7.
3.7.
Sorry, 3.7.
Yes. Then paragraph 4, you as a firm of attorneys are hereby required to provide proof of who are your clients and to assist the SAPS to obtain the sworn statements from these who may have complained to you. Should we not receive the same within 2 days thereof, a copy of this letter would be sent to the KZN Law Society for investigation. Now, this I also didn't understand. The law firm that's raising a serious concern about killing of people is being threatened with a law society investigation. How did you understand that as the members of the association?
It's so unfair, Chairperson, and this is one of the instances where you see, and I will borrow the words from the previous person who testified in this commission, Mr. Danikas, who said, if you tell anyone that you are associated with Ketomena, you'll get whatever you want, and people are threatened by them. I'm saying this because they were threatening this firm of attorneys, and this is not the only one. We were battling even to get anyone to represent us during that time because they were scared, including myself. During my trial, I had to wait for one counsel because the other one was not available. The other one that I wanted him to represent me was scared. He told me in my face to say, I won't be able to represent you because this matter is involving the Ketomena people. If I represent you, I might get killed.
Yes. Now, thank you for that. Just to come back to this letter, I mean, we've now gone through it in detail to look at the absurdity of what the police were saying to you. But I think there is a bigger problem. At that point in time, only 6 people have been killed. But we know a lot more was killed after that. And when the police were told, intervene now to avoid a further loss of life. Would you say that if actually the police had done their job at the time they were told, at the highest level, because this letter is signed by Mr. Nkabinde, who was the provincial commissioner, would this have resulted in avoiding further loss of life?
I think it would have prevented a lot of loss of life, and it would maybe assisted because now we've got too many members of the association who are females, and they are unable to provide their kids because they lost their breadwinners, which is their husbands. So really it was uncalled for. They were supposed to act because they shouldn't take sides. They should have sit down with the cattleman and find out what is the reason and find the version from our association as well, what has really happened.
Yes. And then there's also another issue. So there's one issue which is further lives could have been saved if the intervention had happened at the time it was asked for. But there's another issue which is what message is being sent by this letter to the killers? Are they being discouraged to kill or encouraged to kill?
It encouraged them to say, continue, we got your back, we are with you. That's what I understand with this letter.
Thank you. All right, so we've dealt with paragraph 44 right up to paragraph 53, so I won't spend time on that. There is a further letter of the 18th of September 2008, which you will see at, I think it's SM4. Yes, SM4.
Council, may I please just clarify one aspect with Mr. Mhlongo?
Yes.
Mr. Mhlongo, when you dealt with paragraph 19 of your statement, that paragraph reads, between the 29th of August 2008 and 18 September 2008, several KTA members who were suspected of involvement in the Contromeda were killed by members of the Katomena unit in separate incident. And Council asked you to comment on that. Part of your answer, you said it was a very strange way of operating by the police in KZN. You further then said, if you were from KwaMaphumulo, the police will take you to the nearest mortuary. You remember?
That's correct, Chairperson.
And Council later read to you what had been said by the former MEC of police, Mr. Bekikele, where he said something to the effect that people could be taken to the mortuary. Has this got anything to do with the statement by the former MEC that those people who were killed were then taken to, according to you, to the nearest mortuary and they were killed there?
Thank you, Chairperson. I think that's what has happened because there is no one who has been a suspect in the Congo's murder as well as Nkosi Zondi who has been survived beside myself.
And
all of these people who...
Yes, proceed, sir.
Yes. All of these people were killed. There's no one who has been taken to court and stated his case. So we feel that these utterances that was made by the MEC are the one who provoked and encouraged the members of Ketomena not to arrest our members, but to kill them. As you can see, Mr. Tongo was killed sometimes in August. And around September, about 4 or 5 people were killed. And I'm saying in a space of 1 week, 4 people were killed. In fact, 5 were killed in the space of 7 days.
According to you, what made the conduct of the police strange in their operation when suspects were arrested? Instead of being taken to the police station, they were then taken to the nearest mortuary. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct, Chairperson.
And these people were subsequently killed?
They were all killed, Chairperson.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we are at Annexure SM4, which is the letter of the 18th of September.
I'm there, Chairperson.
We went through the letter from the police of the 11th of September, which was a plea for help before more lives were lost. And we've gone through it in detail to see the callous and indifferent manner in which the police responded. But your attorneys didn't give up. On the 18th of September 2008, they wrote this letter. Now, if you turn over that page, SM4, page 5A/13, it's referring to a letter whose enquiries is Director Naika. I presume that Director Naika is the person who actually wrote the letter, although it was signed by the Provincial Commissioner.
I believe so.
And then it says, your bare unsubstantiated denial of any unlawful act by the police has been noted. We've gone through that. It is most unfortunate that you have responded to the detailed allegations in our letter with a bare blanket denial. We've gone through that. And then if you turn over the page, they are now answering these so-called concerns. Then it says, our main concern, however, is the manner in which you have sought to sidestep our legitimate demands that the constitutional rights, bodily integrity, and safety of our clients be protected. You have sought to do this by repeatedly proclaiming ignorance of who precisely our clients are. You do so despite our letter spelling out with abundant clarity that our clients are the following: the KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association, see opening paragraph of our letter dated 5 September 2008. You ought to be aware that it is quite acceptable for our firm to represent the KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association as a whole, which includes all of its members. This would be plain to any informed reader. 4.2, Swayom Kiza and Kedwane Mhlongo, who we represent in various matters, paragraph 1 to 6 of our letter dated 5 September 2008 refers. Moses Sipho, who consulted us following his unlawful arrest and abuse in the hands of the police. 4.4, Magojela and Tembe as individuals in their capacity as members of the KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association. 4.5, Ms. Sokulu, who consulted us following the death of her common law husband, Lindelani Butelis. Now, firstly, it was already clear in the letter of the 5th of September who the clients are. But because the police are pretending not to know who the clients are, the attorneys clarify by name who the clients are. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Then in paragraph 5, it says you did not address the serious concerns expressed in paragraph 17 and 18 of our letter. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Is that correct that the police sidestepped the issues that were raised in favor of technicalities?
That is correct, Chair. They try every trick on the book to be technical about it.
Yes. Now let's look at what happened actually after the 11th. Remember, the association says, please help us because our people are being targeted. Now this is what has happened. Paragraph 7, 2 of our clients referred to in our previous correspondence dated 29 August 2008 and 5 September 2008, namely Magojela Ndimande and Thokozani Tembe, were shot and killed by the police on 16 September 2008. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
So that is after the 5th of September, where they were told that Mr. Ndimande's name is one of those that are in the list to be killed, and we are pleading for you to protect him. Then we get a letter on the 11th saying we don't know who your clients are. And then 5 days later, he is in fact killed.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. In circumstances where I would ask for your comment, I mean, had the police really done their job, the life of Mr. Nkabinde would have been saved. Do you agree with that?
I fully agree with you, Chairperson. If they have acted in a proper manner, the life of Tembe and the life of Nkabinde should have been saved.
Yes. Now, and then it says the official press release issued by Senior Superintendent Henry Butaran indicates that the two deceased were being sought by the police for the murder of Senior Superintendent Chauke. Now, I assume that document is what we see at SM3 at 5A/11. That is the press release.
That's correct.
Now, if you look at that press release, which is, I think it's issued by Senior Superintendent Henry Butaran. You know, firstly, the heading says, which is at 5A/11, suspects apprehended. Do you know what it means to apprehend?
Yes, it means someone has been caught or has been incarcerated or catch.
Yes, precisely. But if you look at the following page, these suspects that have been incarcerated are Mr. Magojela Nkabinde and Mr. Tembe, which is at 5A/12, towards the end
That's
of that
correct.
email. Were those people incarcerated?
No, they were killed.
Yes. So even this press release is actually misleading because it pretends in the heading that these were apprehended suspects. But only when you read the body of the document, you see that actually they killed them. They called it fatally wounded. They were not trying to wound them, they were trying to kill them.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. So that is what is referred to in paragraph 7, 5A/15, when it says the official press release issued by Senior Superintendent Henry Butaran indicates that the two deceased were being sought by police for the murder of Senior Superintendent Chauke. And there's something else about this. I mean, what do we know about these two? Well, we don't know anything about Mr. Tembe. Was Mr. Tembe ever sought for the killing of Mr. Chauke?
We never heard of the name of Mr. Tembe. It was only Nkabinde who was mentioned.
Yes, well, this is the point, because in the press release by the police, they mix that up and they don't separate Mr. Tembe, who was a bodyguard, from Mr. Nkabinde. You see that?
I see that, Chairperson.
Yes. But we also know something about Mr. Nkabinde, that in fact he had been detained. And what happened to him, according to the letter that we looked at earlier?
Mr. Nkabinde, he was detained at Mthunzini. He was released because they said there is no evidence against him.
Yes. And now suddenly he's now also sought for the murder when they have released him on the basis that there's no evidence.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Now, then the letter continues at paragraph 8. We demand to know why our specific undertaking in paragraph 19 of our letter dated 5 September to surrender our clients, including the two deceased, to the police was not acted upon, and why it was necessary to intercept our clients in order to arrest them. You remember that the letter of the 5th specifically said we'll surrender them.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. And there's a response on the 12th, which is dismissive and evasive, and then on the 16th, he's then killed.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Paragraph 9, we further demand to know why the police sought our clients when they had been arrested and questioned by the police on 29 August 2008. You are reminded that they were released following that questioning on 29 August 2008. we fail to understand how they could be considered suspects in these circumstances. You remember that?
That is correct, Chairperson. I've said that they went to Mtunzini police station and they were released.
Paragraph 10, we demand a transparent investigation into the deaths of these two deceased and into the death of Lindelani Butelis. We hereby advise that we have appointed a ballistic and forensic expert to undertake investigation on our behalf and require that he be given access to the available evidence in order to perform his function. You are further advised that we have employed the services of private investigators to investigate the circumstances of the three killings in question. Now, you may or may not be aware of this, but Mr. Stale was the appointed investigator, ballistic expert by the association. Do you know?
That is correct, Chair. And I was in consultation with Mr. Tengamandla Nzobo the course of last week to brief me, as he was also the deputy chairperson of the association. He did confirm that Mr. Stein was appointed by the association.
I see. Then paragraph 11, we pertinently repeat paragraph 17 to 18 of our letter dated 5 September 2008. In order to avoid any proclaimed confusion on your part, we have added a list of all the members of the KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association in this letter. In addition thereto, we specifically mention the following individuals who have been directly or indirectly threatened. Bongani Elfas Mkhize, Kosinati Wilson Mtembu, Johannes Ntuli, a.k.a. Kopolota. Do you know these names?
That's correct, Chairperson. As we go along, we will see these members being killed. Bongani Elfas Mkhize, he was the chairperson during the time. Nkosinathi Wilson Mtembu, he was a member of the association. And Johannes Ntuli as well was a member of the association. Both of these guys, or three of these guys, were killed later on. You'll see as we go along.
Yes. But again, the point here is this. This is now the 18th of September. They are also, again, warning them. They had already warned them on the 5th that we know these people are also supposed to be killed. On the 18th, they say, here are further names that have received threats to their lives. Now, on your testimony, these three names are also subsequently killed.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Then they say this matter will be referred to the Human Rights Commission and to the Public Protector for their intervention. Do you know if it was referred to the Human Rights Commission and the Public Protector for their investigation?
As far as my understanding, we haven't received anything from these bodies.
Yes. Now, to just go back to your statement, we can skip 54 to 63. And we then go to the letter of the 23rd of September 2008, which is referenced at paragraph 64. That letter you'll find at SM5, page 5A/18.
I'm there, Chairperson.
Yes. Now,
I beg your pardon. Do you confirm, Mr. Mhlongo, that these matters were subsequently referred to the Human Rights Commission and the Public Protector?
That is correct, Chairperson.
That
is correct, Chairperson. Yes, Chairperson. As you see, the letters were addressed to these bodies.
Yes, thank you. I thought that you said you were not aware.
yes.
But I see in paragraph 35, you speak to that aspect. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, if I take you to SM5, 5A/18.
I'm there, Chair.
Now, this is now the 23rd of September 2008. Your attorneys, Tlhapane attorneys, are now writing to the Human Rights Commission, the head of the Independent Complaints Directorate, the National Police Commissioner, and the Public Protector. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. And then here the heading is complaints against the organized crime unit in Durban. Now, the organized crime unit in Durban is the Cato Manu. That's what we're dealing with, correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, so they've now moved from, everyone has been told. We've told Mr. Cele, we have told the Provincial Commissioner, we are now telling the Human Rights Commission, ICD, the National Commissioner, and the Public Protector about what is going on. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And why was there a feeling that this must be escalated to the national bodies?
Chairperson, if you are in distress, you will try everything to try and seek help. We were desperate, trying to save lives, and there was no one who wanted to assist the KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association. That was a desperate move for us to say, can you please save our people?
Yes. Now, I mean, you know the story of this policeman. They say, no, we found Mr. Nduli, he had a gun. We found Mr. Mkize, he had a gun. We found justification.
It's a well-known phenomenon in the organized crime unit in case they are superiors and say, I will present myself. If you want me, communicate with my lawyers, I will present myself to you. Then here comes the police, then you shoot at them. It doesn't make sense.
Yes, but I mean, as a person who was inside, the association, I mean, what did you know about this idea that your members, all of your members that were killed? I mean, we looked at the 6, and we looked at the other 3. Each and every one of them is accused of having tried to shoot at the police. What did you know about this at the time you were in the association? I mean, was it generally understood that your members must carry guns to shoot at the police?
That is not true, Chairperson. We respect law. We respect law. That is why you see these letters, because we wanted to prove to everyone that we are law-abiding citizens, and if the police wants us, we'll present ourselves. We can't carry guns, illegal firearms, and shoot at the police. We'll never do that. That has never happened. I know for a fact that these guns were placed by the police in order to create an impression that these people, they were shooting at them.
Yes, thank you.
Counsel?
Yes.
If we may pause here for a tea break until 11:45.
Indeed.
Mr. Mhlongo,
Yes, Chair.
we will take a comfort break for 30 minutes to have tea. You can stretch your legs and come back at 11:45. Will that be
Thank you,
okay
Chairperson.
with you? Will 30
That is fine,
minutes-
Chairperson.
Will 30 minutes suffice for you?
It's fine, Chairperson.
Yes, thank you. You are under oath, remember, and you understand what it means that when you are testifying under oath, you do not discuss the matter with anybody as we take an adjournment.
I understand, Chairperson.
Thank you, sir. We adjourn for 30 minutes.
Thank you.
Mr. Mhlongo? Mr. Mhlongo? Ba muting. You're still on mute, sir. Mr. Mhlongo? You're on mute.
Sorry, I'm here now.
Thank you, sir. We wanted to check the sound.
You want to test the sound?
Yes.
I can hear you very nicely this side.
Can you speak again, sir?
I can hear loud and clear this side.
It's no longer loud, ne? All right, so we're going to start now.
I'm ready.
All right, thank you.
Please caution the witness. We don't want to hear the secrets over there. Good day, everyone. Good day, Director Chauke. Good day, Mr. Mhlongo.
Good day, Madam Chair.
We heard you talking over there, so if you can keep your talk, because we can overhear what you're saying there before you start.
Sorry, there was gentleman here who was disturbing me. I'm sorry about that.
No problem at all. Remember, you are still under oath.
I do,
Mhlongo?
Chair.
Thank you. Advocate Ngcukaitobi, you may proceed.
Before Advocate Ngcukaitobi proceed, may I ask for your indulgence to say something about housekeeping?
Yes.
Advocate Ngcukaitobi, we've already gone through most of the attachments, so if you can just wrap it up and be short, because I think we are reading these letters for the 4th or the 5th time. They are in the record. So maybe let's place whatever is not in the record, but wherever we have already dealt with an issue, let's just, we can confirm with the client, but I'm not trying to limit the way that you present your witness. I shouldn't be seen to be doing that. But I'm saying we might be a little bit pressed for time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counsel.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mhlongo, we are at SM5, 5A/18. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. Now, that is the letter of the 23rd of September 2008. That's referred to the Human Rights Commission, ICD, National Police Commissioner, and the Public Protector. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, in paragraph 37 of that letter, which is at page 5A/32,
I'm there, Chair.
yes. Now, you remember that the last letter is the 18th of September 2008, in which the attorney said they would write to the Human Rights Commission and the Public Protector. But what they
That is
record
correct,
here, yes, what they record here is that on that day, the 18th of September 2008, two of those specifically mentioned in the letter, Nkosinathi Wilson Mthembu and Johannes Ntuli, aka Kopolota, were shot and killed by members of the organized crime unit in a house in Mandin. According to the police, they sought to arrest the two individuals and approached the house with this intention when they, quote, met resistance and were forced to kill the suspects. Now, in your previous responses here, you mentioned that after the 18th of September 2008, all three that were mentioned in the letter of the 18th were subsequently killed. Now, we see that confirmed, at least in relation to two, that they were killed on that day of the 18th of September 2008. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Now, those would have been the same names that we see at page 5A/16 and 5A/17. Mr. Bongani Mkhize, but the following page, Nkosinathi Wilson Mthembu, Johannes Ntuli, aka Kopolota. And those are the names mentioned at paragraph 37.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, again, it's the same theme, which is the matter has now reached the attention of the provincial office, but no action is taken, but more lives have been lost. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
And even after the 23rd of September 2008, even more people get killed. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Thank you. So we can close this chapter on the correspondence. With the last letter being the 23rd of September. So that is referenced in your statement at 5/13 from paragraph 64 up to 69. So we can skip all of those. And then we get into a meeting with Mr. Bekicele, which is paragraph 70 to 81. Can you see that?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Now, did you attend that meeting or did you receive responses from what had happened?
I was not part of that meeting, as it has been mentioned that the top three of the association was part of that meeting, which was Mr. Bongani Mkhize, who was the chairperson, Mr. Tengamandla Ngcobo, who was the deputy chairperson, as well as the treasurer of the association, which was Mr. Beng, who was Mbugeni Beng, who was the part of those discussions.
Yes. Now, there is an affidavit from one of the members, Mr. Bengu, which is at page 5A/36. From one of the members of your association who attended that meeting. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Now, if you look at page 5A/39, paragraph 9, they say that they confronted him. In other words, your association confronted Mr. Bekicele and accused him of taking sides against KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association in favor of Stenger and enumerated various historical incidents. And then he then made the following statement in Zulu. Can you see that?
I can see that, Chairperson.
And what is that statement?
Amanzi adungekile izingwenya ziyathanda ukubhudwa kuwona.
Yes, which means what?
This statement was made in response, which means the water is muddy. Crocodile will hunt in them.
Yes. But, I mean, obviously, it's not a literal meaning what he's talking about. It's got a hidden meaning in the context of what you were discussing.
That is correct, Chairperson. As I have said earlier on, that I took liberty to go and visit one of the members, the surviving members, Mr. Ngcobo, to try and understand, because I was not part of that meeting, to understand in what context that Mr. Cele uttered those words. And he has told me that he remembered very well on the day, because they were trying to reach out to him. He declined to see them. Upon they managed to get hold of him using certain individuals who were closer to him, and he called them to the place called Truro House in Durban. That is where he uttered those words, because they came with the attorney, Mr. Borman, which was not from Tlapane, and he chased them away. He said he will not sit with them if they are coming with an attorney. They will have to sit only if they leave the attorney outside. So that is where he utters those words.
Yes. Now, I think the question is, what is the hidden meaning behind the literal meaning?
For me, it means that you are getting to a very dangerous zone, or you've entered a place where there is danger, because we all know that the crocodile, you can't be in the same pond or a pool with them. If you have to encounter a crocodile, you'll get killed.
Yes. So who has entered the dangerous zone?
That will mean KwaMaphumulo Taxi Owners Association.
Yes, thank you. Now, you've dealt with that from paragraph 70 to 81 of your statement. But you also say something here, paragraph 79, which is of your statement 5/16. It says, as we left, Mr. Cele remarked, you must remember that this is war.
That's what Mr. Ngobo told me, that as they were leaving, he told them that they should remember this is war. In the war, there are casualties.
Yes. And how was that interpreted by the association?
It means that the association is fighting with the state or the government of KZN or the police in KZN.
Yes. Now, how did this happen to be a scenario in which your association was perceived as fighting with the government? I mean, what were you expected to do to end the war? Usually in a war, there is a war demand. But what are you expected to do from your side to comply?
For them, I think it was for the association to surrender the routes that was contested between these two associations.
Yes, but what would be the interest of Mr. Bekicele in ensuring that your association surrenders the routes to Stenga?
I'm not sure why he wanted us to surrender, but because the only dispute that was between these two associations was about these routes, I will think as a layman that if he utters those words, he means that you have to surrender, because this war is about the routes in these two associations. Because we never had a problem with the police before, but the only time where we started to see people killed by the police, it started only after there is the fight between these two associations.
Yes, I understand that, but I understand that could be the demand of Stenga, that give us the routes, we will leave you alone. But why would Mr. Bekicele also be interested in you surrendering the routes to Stenga?
Chairperson, I would think he will be the better person, because he's still alive, to be called by the commission and come and say why he was saying those words.
Yes, thank you. All right, that covers your involvement in matters relating to Senior Superintendent Chauke. I want to move on now to matters relating to the murder of Inkosi Zondi. That starts at paragraph 82 from page 5/16.
I'm there.
Yes, are
I'm
you
there,
here?
Chairperson.
All right, thank you. Now, if we start at paragraph 82, we know that Inkosi Zondi was killed on the 22nd of January 2009. And you then were arrested in relation to that murder. Do you remember that?
That's correct, Chairperson.
And you were arrested on the 3rd of February 2009, correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. And at the time of your arrest, you were at the FNB in Stenga to deposit money, and you were apprehended by members of the National Intervention Unit, correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. And then when you were apprehended, which is at paragraph 85, you had a cash amount of 30,000 rands. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. But you say only 12,000 rands was later returned.
That's true, Chairperson. Just to give you the context
Yes.
on the occurrences before my arrest. During that time, I had 4 taxis. And if you can look at the time, we normally make a lot of profit when it's in the beginning of the month. 4 of my taxis, I used to collect money every Mondays. On that particular week, my wife, she was on leave, and she was working in the northern of the KwaZulu-Natal. And she was on leave from January up until February. I had to take her to where she was working, at her place of work. During that time, I received a call from one of my friends telling me that Swayo has been arrested by the police at the rank. I drove all the way to drop off my wife on the 2nd. On the 3rd, I came back. Remember, the 2nd was on Monday, and I was unable to collect the monies from my taxes. So I collected those monies, and some of the monies were left in one of the guys whom I believe now he is the one who told the police where I am going to. I collected that money. It was over 30,000 rand. Then I went to deposit the money into the bank. As I was counting the money, I saw that a white Golf marked police vehicle came from the other side. Suddenly, I had someone knocking in my window, asking me to wind down my windows. I opened the windows. I saw that there was police. They were pointing guns at me, and they asked me to leave the money there on the seats. I left the money, the phones and everything in the seat. They took me behind the car. They made me to sit, and I heard the sound of sirens coming, and that money was there. So I believe the money was going to be kept by the police. So I was surprised that later on, when my family was asked to come and collect my items, the money that was given to them was only 12,000 rand.
Yes. Now, then you were transported to a park in Stanger, which is paragraph 86, and your rights were not read out to you, correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Now, when you
But
were... Yes.
But I would like to say something on that as well, Chair.
Yes.
Because I was not firstly taken to the park. Firstly, I was taken to the taxi rank, where they asked me to show them Mr. Nzuza, Mr. BM Nzuza. They closed the rank before they took me to the park. From FNB, we went to the taxi rank to look for Mr. Nzuza, and they couldn't find him. Then they took me to the park, where I was beaten there for the first time.
Yes. Just explain the reference to Mr. Nzuza. What was the relevance of Mr. Nzuza?
They said they were looking for Mr. Nzuza. Mr. Nzuza was also the member of the KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association.
Yes. So you were meant to go to the taxi rank to point him out.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Then did that happen? Did you go to the taxi rank?
We did proceed to the rank, and because they didn't know him, he was able to move around and be able to escape them.
So when you arrived there, you also couldn't find him?
We couldn't find him, that's correct.
Okay, and then from there, they took you to the park?
They took me to the park. That is where the beating started, and they didn't even tell me what I was arrested for by that time.
Yes. How many officers are we talking about here?
Oh, it will be not less than 20.
Not less than 20 officers.
That's correct, because the number of vehicles there were, if I can recall, there was a bakkie, there was a couple of bakkies, because I was put first time they took me from FNB, outside the FNB, I was put in a double cab bakkie. Then we drove to the rank. While we were at the park, there was a couple of vehicles, including that Golf that I mentioned, the Kombi, the Toyota Quantum. There was a BMW. There was a couple of vehicles were there that I can recall.
Now, your statement refers to the NIU, which is the National Intervention Unit, as the persons who arrested you.
That's correct, Chair.
Were you aware at the time, or did you subsequently gain this knowledge?
I subsequently get that knowledge as we were making applications, the bail applications in court, that in fact these members were members of the NIU.
Yes.
But which I will dispute it later, because there were members of the Ketomena unit who were there, 2 African ones. I can't remember their names, but I know that they were there, the one who transported me to Durban.
Yes, all right. Well, we are still at the time you were at the park. So you are taken from this, the taxi rank, and then you have to go and look for Mr. Nzuza. You don't find Mr. Nzuza. They take you to the park. And then at paragraph 87, at the park, the officers began assaulting me by punching and kicking me. Can you just, yes, deal with that?
That is correct, Chair. I was assaulted in the park, and luckily there was an Indian lady, because that park is in the residential area. That lady who saw that what was happening, she screamed at them, telling that they mustn't kill, they mustn't do what they are doing to me. And they decided now that they should put me into that grey BMW, which was driven by the 2 African males.
Yes.
Then we proceeded to Ketomena by then.
Yes, well, there's still a fact here in paragraph 87, which says, during this assault, an elderly Indian woman approached and shouted at the officers. Can you deal with that?
That's what I was referring to, Chairperson, that during that time, while I was at the park, because I was keep on asking questions, why I am arrested, I'm arrested for what? Then that is when they were kicking and assaulting me. And the lady saw that happening, and she screamed at the police and saying, you can't do this. This is not an apartheid time. You should take a person to the police station if you want to, but you can't do it like this. And I think maybe that's what prompted them to take me to that grey BMW. Then I was transported to Durban.
Yes. And then you say in paragraph 88, I was then transported in the grey BMW driven by a black male officer from Stenga to the offices of the Ketomena unit. Yes.
That is correct, Chairperson. It happened in that fashion.
And then there were other police officers in the vehicle, although I was uncertain which units they belonged to. Which vehicle is this?
There were a number of vehicles that escorted us from Stenga to Durban. I think the whole vehicles that were there at the park, we drove all the way to Durban with them. It's just that when we get to Ketomena, I didn't see where they disappeared to. But as we were passing all the toll gates, I could remember there were a number of vehicles, including my vehicle, and my vehicle was taken by the police. It was driven by an African guy, a tall one, who was thin in build, with a khaki hat that he was wearing. I could remember because he was driving my vehicle like he's driving a stolen vehicle.
All right. And then you said during the journey to Ketomena, the officers repeatedly pressured me to admit that I had participated in the murder of Mr. Zondi. Can you just deal with that?
That is correct, because I was persistent, Chairperson, to ask why I am arrested. I'm arrested for what? And they subsequently told me that, yes, you have killed the Nkosi Zondi. You need to tell us. what was your role?
And then, did you admit or did you not admit?
I told them that I don't know. I never been participated on that, and I was never in Umlazi by any chance during that time.
And how did they respond to that?
They told me that if I want to be alive, I have to admit that what they are telling me to admit.
Yes. Then you finally arrive at Keitomano, which is at paragraph 90. What happened when you got there?
Is that what you have just said, Mr. Mhlongo? When you say that they told you that if you wanted to save your life, is that what you mean when you say that they said that if I fail to disclose my alleged involvement, I will meet my fate? Is that what you understood them to mean?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Proceed, Council.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mhlongo, so you finally arrive at Keitomano, which is, I presume, this is still the 3rd of February, after your arrest at about 2 o'clock from the taxi rank. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
And what happens when you arrive at the Keitomano police station?
As we get into Ketomena office, there were a number of white guys, well built, because I didn't know their name, they didn't introduce themselves to me. And I was taken to that office of them, where it's written on the wall, "Don't say angazi." Then I was asked to strip naked.
So just it's written on which wall?
As you enter at the front of the room, you'll see on the wall, it's written, "Don't say angazi," in red paint.
Which means what?
You don't say, "I don't know."
Yes. Now, before we get there,
Just before, this angazi, is it written in big letters, red letters, or just ordinary letters? Sir,
It's written in broad, in big letters, Madam Chair, on the wall. As you enter, you see that if you come here, you don't say angazi.
so you are greeted by that big letters, those letters. They say angazi.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you.
yes. Now, we will deal with that shortly, but I need you to complete paragraph 90. When you arrive there, who are the officers that welcome you into Keitomano?
I was later established. It was Captain Van Tonder, Inspector Morstad, and Inspector Maharaj.
Yes. Well, there is a mention here of Inspector Pandey. Was he among them or not?
He was there because there was a couple of police officers there. I only get to know them, as I have said, Chairperson, that these people, they don't introduce themselves and you never met them before. You get to know them as you go along, that this is who. I get to know them during the case or during my trial or during the bail application, that these guys were Van Tonder, this was Morstad, and this was Inspector Pandey.
Yes. I mean, at the time you entered, you didn't know them, but over time...
I didn't know.
Yes.
I didn't know them, Chairperson. Yes.
Yes. Over time, you've established their identities.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Now, Mr. Van Tonder, Mr. Mostert, Mr. Maharaj, and Mr. Pandey, it's common cause in these proceedings, are all members of the Keitomano unit. and are accused in various atrocities. Now, when you were there, you say you repeatedly asked them for permission to contact your partner, Nolwazi. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
And then what happened to that request?
They refused to give me access to my wife and my family, or even to contact my lawyer. I was refused, and the reasons for that was for them that to be able to beat me in order for me to accept and implicate myself in the crime.
Yes, all right. Now, you are then taken to this room where you will be interrogated. Paragraph 91. Is that where it's written on the wall, don't say Angazi?
That is where, when you enter, you see on the wall, it's written, don't say Angazi.
Yes. Now, then in paragraph 92, during this interrogation, I was subjected to severe physical and psychological torture. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
And then from paragraph 93, you set out what actually happened during the torture and interrogation. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Perhaps you should explain in your own words what actually happened.
As I walked in, there were a couple of personnel inside the room. The office is it's like a hall, because it's open with a lot of desks inside on the side, but on the center, you'll find it's an open space. That wall written, as I've said, don't say Angazi. The chair was placed in the center of the room, and I was asked to strip naked, and I was so uncomfortable because there were females here who was part of, or who was in that room. I stripped my trouser, my shoes, my shirt that I was wearing, but I couldn't take off my underwear. But because I was refusing to do that, that's when they started kicking and torturing me.
They were kicking you and torturing you because you refused to take off your underwear.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes, and then what happens next?
And I had to agree because I didn't have power. These people, they were not. If maybe they use a rope to tie me on the chair so that I could not move. And on that backrest of a chair, one of them was pressing me with a shoe so that I could not move. Then they placed the plastic over my head so that I could suffocate. It was done that repeatedly up until I urinated myself, defecated myself, not once, but a couple of times. At some point, I was unable to move. I was unconscious, and they throw water at me a couple of times, repeatedly, because I didn't know what to say to them. As you will see, as we go along that, I was there as early as 4 o'clock up until 2000 hours.
As early as 4 p.m.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. But what were they saying to you? Because presumably there's something they wanted you to say that you were not saying.
They wanted me to implicate myself or say what was my role in the killing of Nkosi Zondi, which I was giving them a wrong story, because as you are beating, you're trying to say something and you place yourself where you are not supposed to place yourself. And as I was trying to do that, I think it's because I was giving them the wrong statement, not the one that they were looking for. That is why I was kept there for that long.
But what do you mean you are giving them the wrong statement?
I was implicating everyone, Chairperson. If you are there, you will have to create a story to say, I've killed someone, I was with someone else, so that you can survive. Otherwise, if you say you don't know, you'll be killed.
Yes. So is that what you mean in paragraph 93.6? I was repeatedly threatened and pressured to implicate myself in the murder.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. And then you also mentioned Mr. Mkhize, who then comes in during your interrogation. Can you just deal with that?
Later on the day, Chairperson, Mr. Mkhize, who was accused number 1, was brought to the room. He came there screaming because the firearm was put in his forehead. He came crying and said to me, please say whatever they wanted you to say so that you can survive. I asked him, what do you mean? He said, just agree to say, we're the one who killed Nkosi Zondi.
Yes.
And he also said that I have to mention Bongani Mkhize as the person who was also involved in the killing of Nkosi Zondi.
Yes.
Just one thing, Councillor. Mr. Mhlongo, this person, this Swayo Mkhize, that actually appeared to be under a threat of being killed with the firearm against his head. Is he the very person that you collected your taxi proceeds from?
No, Chairperson, he is not. Swayo was accused number 1 in this matter of Nkosi Zondi. He was already incarcerated on the 2nd, and I was arrested on the 3rd.
I'll check my notes again, but I think you spoke about Swayo earlier on, but that's fine. Thank you. I'll cross-refer. Thanks.
Thank you. Now,
I'm sorry, Chairperson, I didn't hear Commissioner, what the Commissioner was saying. It was not audible this side.
No, okay. Yeah, I say I'll have to check again. Thank you, but my sister Chairperson has just shown me that that paragraph that makes reference to Swayo. Thank you, Mr. Mhlongo.
yes.
He was one of your co-accused with Mr. Gadani Mhlongo.
Not in this matter, Chairperson. Gedwane and Swayo, they were attending another matters which was involving them. Gedwane was not part of this matter. This matter of Nkosi Zondi, it was the accused was Swayo, myself, Bongani Mkhize. I believe, and the Demande brothers, as we go along, you'll see that they were all killed as well.
And Mr. Gadani is the gentleman who attended the court proceedings when you and Mr. Swayo Mkhize were co-accused.
No, that.
I'm looking at your affidavit at paragraph 21, where you say on 21st August 2008, Mr. Makosa Swayo Mkhize, my co-accused in Beki Temba case number, and Mr. Gadani Mhlongo attended court in Pietermaritzburg for a matter in which they were already on bail. But was he at any stage, Mr. Swayo Mkhize, your co-accused?
Chairperson, Swayo Mkhize was my accused in the case, Beki Temba case 113/01/2009. But there is a matter which they were on bail on the 25th of August 2008, the matter was in Pietermaritzburg. It's a different matter, not the Tembeka one.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if you look at paragraph 93.8 of your statement,
Yes, Chairperson.
yes, what happened there?
During the interrogation, Chair, I was shown a picture of Mr. Bongani Mkhize, who was my chairperson by the time. Remember, by the time I was arrested, I didn't know that Mr. Mkhize was killed. I was only showed a picture of him dead, leaning towards the steering wheel of a vehicle. And they told me that if I don't agree or I don't cooperate with them, they will do the same to me. And during the time, the information was not available to me to know that Mr. Mkhize was already been killed.
Yes. And then what did you say in response to being shown a picture of Mr. Mkhize lounging in his vehicle after being killed? That vehicle was the black Lexus. I think the witness must have frozen. Can you hear us, Mr. Mhlongo?
That was the Lexus. Yes, Chairperson. I think yes, I can hear you, Chair.
I'm asking about that vehicle that you say you were shown a picture of Mr. Mkhize lounging inside his vehicle. We've seen that picture before. It is a black Lexus. And Mr. Mkhize is wearing a light T-shirt and a pair of jeans.
That is correct, Chairperson. It's the same picture that you see. It's the same picture that was shown to me.
Yes. And in response to being shown this picture, what did you say?
I vehemently deny that there was involvement up until they brought Swayo, where he collaborated in the story. Then I agreed to that, so that because I saw, if I don't agree, I'm going.
I think we are losing connection.
It's KZN.
Our spokesperson.
On my side, it's still clear.
Mr. Mhlongo.
Yes, Madam Chair.
We are losing you intermittently. Do you have somebody around you from IT?
I was here. I believe there should be a technician around because I've asked for the technician if he is around, if we find it difficult.
We keep on losing you. But you are
On my side,
you are now back on the screen. Counsel, proceed.
Yes, thank you. Now, in paragraph 93.9, you say you were again assaulted and suffocated and instructed to agree to conduct a pointing out on 4 February 2009. Is that correct?
that is correct, Chairperson.
What was this pointing out for?
It was for them to implicate myself in this crime.
Yes, but what were you going to point out?
They said I need to go and point out the crime scene where Mr. Zondi was shot and killed.
Yes, thank you. Now, you say in paragraph 94, throughout the interrogation, the officers insisted that the police had sufficient information to arrest me. Yet I knew that there was no such evidence. What do you mean here?
I knew that I was never involved, Chairperson, in this case. during the day of the incident, which was the 22nd of January 2009, I was at home with my family. My wife, she was with me. I had an alibi that my wife, we were together on the day. On that particular day, I had a meeting with the members of National Taxi Association. I was part of that meeting. I had an alibi, but they decided to ignore all that and implicated me in this case.
Yes. Now, in paragraph 95, you say that during the course of the interrogation, members of the Ketumano unit presented me with a prepared warning statement and attempted to compel me to sign it to indicate that I was willing to conduct a formal pointing out. What do you mean here?
It will appear, Chair, that during the trial, that there was a proof that these people, they all this thing done without following the proper and the correct way of doing things. As we'll go along, that will be seen by the commission that definitely the pointing out was well prepared, and at some points I was made to put thumbprint, whereas I'm able to read and write.
Yes. But what I'm saying is that the statement that was put to you had been prepared already by them, or was it a statement you were supposed to write from scratch?
It was supposed to be written in my presence, but it was well prepared. Then I was only compelled to put my thumbprints and sign.
Then in paragraph 96, you say, I was forced to sign a warning statement recording that I was willing to conduct a pointing out in order to assist the investigation. I did not voluntarily agree to do a pointing out. The warning statement had already been completed in advance by members of the Ketumano unit and was later signed by Warrant Officer Zungu the following day. The warning statement is attached here to as Annexure SM7. Can you just deal with that? That's the question I was asking you earlier, whether this is a pre-prepared statement which you are simply asked to attach your signature, or it's a statement you have to develop together with the police as you do ordinarily in the absence of coercion.
As it was the first time, Chairperson, to be arrested, I thought it's the correct way of doing it. But during the time that, in consultation with my lawyers, they established that this, as I have said, all these things were done only for me to come and as you can see on SM7, there's only my thumbprint. There's none of my signature there. That one as well, it was suspicious to the court to say why I was not signing. Why did I put a thumbprint? Because I was only compelled to put a thumbprint.
Yes, so if we then go to that warning statement, which is 5A/42.
I'm there, Chairperson.
Now, the first thing there that I need your comment on is under item 4, where it says here, do you want to exercise any of these rights? Now, that's the right that has been encircled under item 2F, Roman figure 1, which is to communicate or to be visited by a spouse or partner. And the answer there is yes, and it is recorded that you phoned Nolwazi, and then it gives a number. And that is at variance with your testimony that you were actually prevented from calling a spouse or partner.
Yes, Chair, that's correct. And unfortunately, they were not talking the truth, because the facts will present itself as we go along, that my legal team was able to receive the phone records of my wife, Nolwazi, to show them that she was not called on the day that they said they've called her on the 3rd, but she was only called on the 4th after the pointing out.
Yes, so this statement here, when you say you were forced to sign a warning statement that contains inaccuracies, will this be one of the inaccuracies?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Now, the same appears at item 6, where it gives you a choice to either phone a family member or a legal practitioner. And here it presents it as if you elected to phone a family member, which is Nolwazi, instead of phoning a lawyer. Was this correct?
That's not correct, Chairperson. As I will refer again to say, you'll see as we go along that Mr. Zungu was not even at Cato Manor on the day. He only came to see me on the 4th, later in the evening. That will be confirmed by the cell phone records of my wife, because I was only able to call her on the 4th around 7 in the afternoon or in the evening, after the pointing out has been done.
Yes. And then just immediately below that on the left, it gives the time when you made this, supposedly made this choice of not calling a lawyer but phoning a family member on the 3rd of February 2009 at 1900 hours, that is 7 p.m. Was this correct?
That was incorrect, Chairperson.
Yes. And then on the right side of that same line, there is the signature of the accused. And that is the right-hand thumbprint. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair.
And what is your comment on that?
Chairperson, I'm able to read and write. There was no reason for me to put a thumbprint there when I'm able to sign.
Yes, but why did you put it?
I was coerced to do it.
Yes. What do you mean you were coerced? Was it part and parcel of the interrogation and the assault and the torture?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, and then, so that's the 4th element. And then there is a 5th element here that they say that the statement was interpreted from English to Zulu and vice versa, and then it gives the signature of the interpreter. Would there be a reason why you would insist on a translation of the statement from English to Zulu?
There was no reason for that, Chairperson. As I'm doing it now, I'm able to communicate with you using my little English that I have.
Yes. Was that statement accurate then, that there was an interpretation from English to Zulu?
There was none.
Yes. Now, this person who signed as the interpreter, who is he? Do you know?
This signature looks like of Mr. Zungu.
Yes. Yes, it does. Then, if you look then after the signature of interpreter, those are the names. Full names, Sbusiso William Zungu, and then it gives a rank and a personal number. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, it seems that everything that is contained here is false.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. So, is this what you mean in paragraph 96, when you say you have the warning statement had already been completed in advance by members of the Kaito Minor Unit and was later signed by Warrant Officer Zungu the following day? Because here it appears as if it's signed on the 3rd of February 2009, but your testimony is that it's actually signed on the 4th of February.
I wish, Chairperson, we had the full bundle but we've got the transcript of what happened in court, because that as well will be, you'll see on the occurrence book where I was kept at Sydenham Police Station that Zungu only came and visited me only on the 4th, not on the 3rd. He was never around on the 3rd.
Yes, I understand. So that's why you're saying actually all of the information that's here is false. And we've gone through
That's
each
correct.
item now. Yes, thank you.
And what is the the handwritten, what are those, the handwritten words next to the thumbprint? Are you able to read that? I'm struggling to read that, Council.
Yes. Well, I can only see the signature, which is SW Zungu.
Isn't it RHTD, right hand thumb?
Yes, but there are words there just before the RHTP.
Witness, Mr. Mhlongo, are you able to tell us what is written there?
I'm trying to see, it's difficult, but I can see there's SW Zungu. I think there's RHIP or something.
Well, it's TP. Well, we can see that it's really the words above SW Zungu that we can't see. All right, it looks like it's Mr. Zungu's force number, 062815559.
I think that's correct. That's correct. Chair.
Actually, it is his rank and force number and his signature. Yes, that's what it is.
I'm looking at the words next to the thumbprint.
Yes, Madam Chair, those are the words. So it's warrant officer, and then it gives a force number, and then his signature, SW Zungu.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I think my sister is asking about the horizontal letters, RHT. Is it the horizontal letters next to the thumbprint?
The vertical letters,
Not the
RHTP.
horizontal letters,
The vertical,
handwritten
okay.
words
Yes.
there.
No, that's fine, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yes. So anyway, so they Mr. Mhlongo, just to make sure, I can't remember where we were now with with your testimony. I think we've completed everything.
I'm sorry, I interrupted
Yeah.
you. You had just completed.
We at 97, paragraph 97, Chair.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mhlongo. You were dealing with the inconsistencies in relation to SM7.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we finalized those 6 inconsistencies there. Then you say in paragraph 97, the document contains an obvious internal contradiction. In one paragraph, it records that I elected to remain silent, while the following paragraph records that I was willing to conduct a pointing out. This inconsistency was canvassed during the trial within a trial concerning the admissibility of the statement. I signed the statement solely because I had been tortured by members of the Kaitumano unit. Now, I just want to make sure that we can see where it says, yes, it's actually at 5A44. Are you at 5A44?
On the A44. Yes, I'm there.
Yes. Now, if you go to after the signature, so that's the signature of the police officer. That would be Warrant Officer Zungu. Under paragraph 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3, it encircles 4.3 that you elect to make a statement which will be taken down in writing below. And then there is a right-hand thumbprint there. Can you see that?
That's correct, Chairperson.
And then there are the initials of Warrant Officer Zungu. So on the one hand, the statement appears to be saying that you've elected to make a statement in writing.
That's correct.
And then when you turn over the page, which is 5A45, it actually gives a contradiction because it says, remain silent, I would not make a statement. Can you see that?
That's correct, Chairperson. I can see that.
And then it says, I will do a pointing out of the scene. But the previous page already says you will make a statement. And then the following page says you will not make a statement.
That is correct, Chairperson. It's contradiction.
Yes. Is this what you are referring to here then when you say in paragraph 97 that in one paragraph it says you elected to remain silent, and then in another one it says you were willing to conduct a pointing out.
That is correct, Chairperson. And more above that, if you can look at 5A 45, you will see that this page is supposed to be crossed off, but it remained open because they wanted to insert some other information later during the investigation.
Or in other words, the statement they were talking about, they wanted to put it here.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. So you say the rule is that if the statement ends there in the first 3 lines, the remainder of the page should be scratched out.
That's correct. That's what I understand, Chairperson.
Yes, but in this case, they left it open.
That's correct.
And your conclusion is that the intention behind leaving it open was to insert further details.
That was the thinking of me seeing this during the trial.
Yes. Well, I think it was part and parcel of the cross-examination by your counsel that it is irregular to leave this without scratching it out because it leaves the possibility.
May I just come in here? I've been trying to switch on, but yeah, just to understand when Mr. Mhlongo, when you say that actually it's your counsel who says it is a rule that a blank space should not be left, it has to be scratched out. Have you been a police officer before?
No, I've never been a police before, but
The next question. Yes. Now, this statement that ordinarily, well, I am saying ordinarily, but you said that portion ought to have been scratched out. Or what is the basis of that statement?
I'm saying this, Chairperson, because as you can see here at 4.3 5A 0.44, it says I'll make a statement which will be taken down in writing below. And if you go to the very next page, you find that it says I will remain silent. Now, if you look at it, it means they wanted to do some other thing before this thing is taken to court or is being presented to the prosecuting team. And if they have crossed the lines, like normally if I go to the police station and make an affidavit, they tell you you are done. If you are done, they ask you to cross those vacant lines or open lines to say you are done with your statements. That is what I've read out into this to say, in the back of my mind, I'm saying they were supposed to cross it.
Okay.
In order for them to prevent anyone inserting another information in this page.
Okay, so your source is knowledge of the normal practice that you don't leave a blank page without scratching the blank portion out.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Mhlongo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mhlongo, can I ask you to go to the last of your annexures, which is SM11 at page 5A/75. Can you see that? It's the transcript of the trial. It could be frozen.
Mr. Mhlongo, are you there?
I'm here, Chairperson.
The council was referring you to SM11,
Yes.
5A-75. Do you have it?
I have it, Chairperson.
Yes.
And can I ask you to go to 5A118?
51118.
Yes.
I'm there, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, this is the record of your trial, and the judge was Judge Giyanda. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
So at line 15, 16, 17, at line 18, Judge Giyanda starts talking and questioning Mr. Zungu, correct?
That's correct. Line here, I've got line 10 in A118.
Yes. So it will be after line 15. So if you count line 15, 16, 17, 18, it's the 18th line after line 15. Where it says Giyanda J.
Yes.
Can you see where he starts says, but I don't understand how you make an error. You've just agreed with counsel. You completed this whole document at Keitumano. Is that correct? Can you see that?
It looks like it's...
Well, if you can see line 15, just count 16, 17, and 18. The 18th line is the line I'm referring to.
On my documents, 15, then it's jumped up to 20.
No, that's
Then
fine.
it goes to
Between 15 and 20, there are lines. You just count the lines literally. So 15th is a
Okay.
line, and then 16th is the following line, 17th is the next one, 18th is the next one.
Okay.
But Giyanda J appears on the 18th line. Can you see that?
That's correct, Chair.
So that's where he starts talking. Now here he is talking in the middle of the cross-examination of Mr. Zungu. And you will see why I say that at the top of the page, it says SW Zungu. That indicates that it's Mr. Zungu who's giving evidence. Can you see that?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, he talks, the judge talks to the witness right up until 5A121. So skip 3 pages after that to page 5A121.
I'm there, Chair.
So if you count again from line 10, 11, 12, and just stop on the 13th line. Can you see that?
I can see that.
Where it says, let me show you another mistake. Can you see that?
That's correct, Chairperson.
So that's the judge saying to the witness, let me show you another mistake, which I think is more problematic. When you take a statement down, any accused person, do you leave this entire thing blank? Can you see that?
I can see that, Chairperson.
What does Mr. Zungu say in response?
That's right, my lord. Why wasn't done here? Let me start with Zungu.
Yes.
You are supposed to draw the line.
Yes.
So that nobody can add. So you are supposed to draw the line where the statement ends. To the end of the page, nobody can add into the page. That's right, my lord.
Yes.
Why it wasn't done here? My lord, it was supposed to be that I had to draw a line, but I didn't draw that line. I just ended up.
Yes, continue.
And you are a police officer for 24 years experience. You know the reason why you draw the line, so that the accused cannot say at a later stage that the other thing were added on the afterwards. Isn't that the reason? That's the reason, my lord.
And continue.
That is very important reason why it wasn't done in this case. My lord, sometimes with the line on the statement form, sometimes if the accused does not say anything on the page, like he will remain silent, do the pointing out, and he doesn't make a statement. That mistake do happen because he never made any statement.
Yes, thank you. So
I am.
yes, no, you can stop there. So it was in fact the evidence of Warrant Officer Zungu that the rule is that you scratch a line so that no additional facts can be added.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes, thank you. Now, if you go back to your statement from paragraph 98.
I'm there, Chair.
Yes. Now, you say that your co-accused, Mr. Swayom Kiza, was also subjected to severe torture. His warning statement, dated 2 February 2009, is attached as SM8. He was killed a few years after this incident. Did you say Mr. Mkiza was killed a few years or a few months after this incident?
It's supposed to be few months, Chair, because he was killed around June, July of 2009.
Yes, sorry. Look, before we deal with the statement of Swayom Kiza, I need to complete something in your own statement at 5A46.
5A46.
So it starts with questions and answers. Again, it leaves that space blank. We've covered that. And then it says, were you in any way threatened, compelled, assaulted, or influenced to make the statement and answer the question where applicable? And then it's encircled, no, it was my own choice. Was that correct?
5A49.
46.
46, sorry, Chief.
Yes.
Yes, Chair, I'm there.
Now, if you look at the question asked, were you in any way threatened, compelled, assaulted, or influenced to make the statement and answer the question where applicable? In the statement, it's encircled, no, it was my own choice. And you can see Mr. Zungu signs, but there's also a right-hand thumb print of yourself. And so the impression you gain from this is that you, in fact, confirmed that you were not assaulted.
That is what is said here, but it's not the truth.
Yes. All right, thank you. Now, to go back then to paragraph 98, you mentioned here that Mr. Mkiza was also subjected to torture. How do you know that?
It's because even during the time where they brought him, he was tortured in front of me. And we went to Westville, both of us, we spent time there from the 4th of February 2009. We were together in the same cell. We were sharing of what has happened between ourselves.
Yes. All right. But, I mean, you witnessed it yourself.
I've witnessed it myself, yes, that's correct.
Now, the consequence of that is the statement that he subsequently gave.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. Was Mr. Mkiza literate? Could he write and read?
Yes, he could read and write.
Yes, because if you actually look at his warning statement, which is at SM8, page 5A47, you know, all of the portions where he should be writing on his own are in a right-hand thumb print.
That's what these guys, they were doing. As you can see, for even on myself, you see that most of these documents I was made to put a thumbprint.
Yes.
Advocate Ngcukaitobi, before you proceed, on both SM7 and SM8, when the detainee is asked a question where there is a yes or no, please help me understand, do they scratch off the answer of the detainee, or they leave what the detainee has said, or the detainee's response? For example, in both questionnaires at 3, do you understand the above rights? And we have a yes. and we have a yes on both. But then when you go to 5, do you wish to have an attorney or legal aid present now? Then we have the yes scratched off on both statements. If you can assist me by putting it to the witness in a way that the witness will be able to understand. He can even respond only on his Section 35 document only.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mhlongo, can you go to 5A42?
I'm there, Chair.
All right. Now, there are a number of questions that are asked from paragraph 3. Can you see that?
I can see that, Chair.
So the first question is, do you understand the above rights? Now, those rights include the right to be informed promptly of the reason for detention. They are identified from item 2A to F and also item 1A to F, correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Now, then the question is then asked, do you understand the above rights? Now, you could either answer yes or no, and they've scratched out no and left yes. What do you understand that to mean?
Chairperson, this thing was done before you came. So they just chose for you what to say. I could not say I don't want to speak to my wife and tell her where I was, because they were unable to find me for 2 days. And in our African culture, there was something wrong that happened to my family, because the assumption, or someone told them that I was shot and killed, and the police have hidden me in one of the mortuaries. Then they had to sit down and prepare for the funeral. So what I'm trying to say here, this thing is done without you being consulted.
Yes, I understand.
They just choose for you.
Yes, no, thank you, I understand. But I think just go back to paragraph 3, because we need to answer something narrower, which is the choice between yes or no. No is scratched out and yes has been left. Now, does that mean that the answer you gave the police is yes, and so they scratched out no because it was inapplicable? I know that you didn't, but the interpretation of this would be the answer you gave to the police was that yes, you understood your rights.
That's what they were saying. They will say so as if you said yes.
Yes, and then does the same apply to the next question? Do you wish to exercise any of these rights? No is scratched out, yes has been left there, which means you indicated yes, you wish to exercise them.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Which is then why they say that you exercise them by calling Nolwazi, correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes, and then it goes on for the following one, that do you wish to have an attorney? And then you apparently said no.
That's correct.
Yes, all right. Which is actually a very strange one, because most people that are detained want an attorney.
That's normal. If you are in trouble, you want your attorney to be involved to come and assist.
So why would you say no, you don't want an attorney?
It shows that these people, they are just doing things the way they want to do it, and you've got no choice. And I've asked them repeatedly to at least phone Tlapane, because I knew that Tlapane was the one who was representing our association, and they refused completely.
Yes, all right, thank you.
But then, when you look at 6, which is an apparent inconsistency, at 5, they ask, do you wish to have an attorney or a legal aid present now? And you say no, or it is written no. At 6, would you like to phone any family member or legal practitioner, etc.? You say yes. Is that not an apparent inconsistency there?
It is, Chairperson. It's one of those things that was picked up by my legal team during the trial.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
And I'm comparing this with Mr. Mkhize's responses, because it seemed like Mr. Mkhize didn't even want to call anyone or have a legal representative, because all his answers are no. So that was a bit confusing for me, because I thought maybe they are scratching off what you want. It's like tick the correct answer. So, yeah, thank you.
Well, I mean, the audit here is that he understands the rights, but he doesn't want to exercise any of them.
Just one or two more questions. Now, it is correct that at the time when this statement was obtained, Mr. Bongani Mkhize had already obtained an interdict against Katomena.
Yes.
You were aware of that, Mr. Mhlongo?
That's correct, Chairperson.
And you were a member of the KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association.
That is correct, Chairperson.
And if I'm correct, the interdict was not only meant for Mr. Mkhize alone, was it? Or rather, the correspondence from attorneys Hlapane was not only meant for Mr. Mkhize alone, but it was meant for even other members of the Taxi Association.
That is correct. That is correct, Chair. As we'll go along, you will realize that it was part of the documents that was presented by my legal team in court to say, Zungu, you were not supposed even to take him to Katomena, because there was a letter that was saying if you want him, you should have called the attorney for the association, and my name was on the list as well.
Yes, which means that a pre-booking for an arrangement for detention had already been done by your attorneys and also through the courts. And notwithstanding, that pre-booking for arrangements to be made was not observed or implemented.
That's correct.
Thank you.
That's correct, Chairperson. It was the court order was not respected.
Thank you, Mr. Mhlongo. Thank you, Mr. Ngcukaitobi.
Thank you. In fact, Madam Ramakhacha, just to deal with the question of the scope of the court order. So we've got that at DC 000826. Yes, DC 000826.
Would you like to read the relevant extract into the record? Or are you looking for that?
Yes, I'm looking for that.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Sorry. So paragraph B says a rule NISI is issued calling upon the respondents to show cause on the 5th of November 2008 at 9:30 why the following relief should not be confirmed. 1, that the respondents be interdicted from killing, injuring, threatening, harassing, or in any way intimidating the applicant. 2, order the respondents to receive the applicant from his lawyers, thus effecting the warrant of arrest in the presence of the applicant's legal representatives. 3, ordering the respondents to conduct the applicant's interrogation at a pre-arranged place, date, and time in the presence of the applicant's representatives. 4, interdicting and preventing the respondents or any of their servants from removing the applicant from his cells with a view of conducting further investigations unless accompanied by his legal representatives. So that was part A. I think Part B confirmed some parts, not when it came to court on the 11th of November 2008.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll look at it, unless there's still something. Am I?
No, nothing.
There's nothing.
Yes.
So in terms of the court order, it would have been maybe be only in relation to Mr. Mkhize, but then we know that also by extension there was a letter from Hlapane attorneys, which was written far much earlier. The first one was on the 5th of September. That's
Yes.
fine. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. In fact, that letter named, I think, about 8 of the members of KwaMaphumulo. So, Mr. Mhlongo, we were looking at your co-accused, Mr. Swayom Mkhize, in terms of SM8. The items 3 to 6 have already been dealt with, so I won't spend time on that, except to point the fact that he apparently didn't want to exercise any of the rights that are there, but you remember him coming to you crying like a child.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. Then, if you look at the following page, there is a constitutional warning, which is 5A/48.
That's correct, Chair.
And then it states here that he understands that the reason for his detention is the murder, because on the 22nd of January 2009, at the Z section of Umlazi Township, the deceased, Mr. Mbongeleni Zondi, was shot and killed inside his vehicle. Can you see that?
I can say that, Chair.
Yes. Now, the is a right-hand thumbprint, but also there is a signature that he put there, which makes it unclear to me why he would put the thumbprint and sign at the same time.
That's strange, because normally if you signed, there is no need for a thumbprint, but maybe the police will tell us why they had to do it both.
Yes.
And in your case, there was only a thumbprint, and yet you seem to be very literate. You said that you can read and write.
That's correct, Chair. But in certain documents, you'll see as we go along that there are those who I was made to sign, but the thumbprint was always there.
No, I'm talking about your SM7.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Only your thumbprint.
That's correct, Chair.
And earlier on, counsel asked you a question, and you answered that you can read and write.
That's correct, Chair.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Now, if you turn over the page at 5A/49, this is still part of the statement of Mr. Swayom Mkhize, where right at the bottom, it says, after being warned, as I have acknowledged above, I elect to, paragraph 4.3, which is the encircled part, make a statement which will be taken down in writing below. So they suggest that Mr. Mkhize has elected to make a statement. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. Now, you then turn over the page, which is 5A/50. Here, Mr. Mkhize purports to be making a commitment to a pointing out. It states pointing out by Makosabo, Swayom Mkhize, and then at the bottom you can see it's SM Mkhize, signature of the accused, and then it puts a right-hand thumbprint. Can you see that?
I can see that, Chair.
You know, what I couldn't work out is that if you compare 5A/49 and you look at the signature of Mr. Mkhize at the bottom of that page, can you see that?
I can see that, Chair.
And just juxtapose that to 5A/50, and you look at his signature there.
It's looked different, Chairperson.
Yes, well, it's totally different. So I don't
It is.
understand then how a man who has signed this document, presumably on the same day and same time, has somehow managed to have two different signatures. And the second thing is that, I mean, I admit to being not an expert in right-hand thumbprints, but I found it very strange when I compared 5A/49, the right-hand thumbprint there, with the right-hand thumbprint in 5A/50. They are, to me, glaringly different.
That's true. If you look at it, it looked different.
Yes. So, I honestly do not understand what they were doing here, because why would they get a different thumbprint, and why would they get a different signature from the same person on the same day at the same time? Do you understand? Maybe you can help us there.
I really don't know, Chairperson. It's hard for me. It's hard to think of why and how it happened.
Yes.
Council, what about the signature at 5A51? Is it similar to the one at 5A50? As you look at it?
Actually not.
This is
So-
seem to be
so-
the
so-
third
Yes.
different signature.
Yes. Mr. Mhlongo, can you look at 5A/51?
I'm there, Chairperson. I can see what the Chairperson is pointing out.
And compare it with 5A/50?
It's totally different. It's look like a different handwriting altogether.
Yes, but it's the same document.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. But even the thumbprint itself, if you look at the thumbprint at 51, it's got something at the bottom there, which is missing from the one at 5A/50.
That's correct. It looked like the thumb there got other piece.
Yes, that is
apart
missing
from
at the
the-
one, yeah, missing at the one at 5A/50. Yeah. Now, we will see why the statement becomes very, very crucial, because this is at 5A/50, item D, where they say, hereafter the third person departs with me, the aforesaid interpreter, and the photographer. Before the departure, the photographer takes the photos of the accused as follows. Photo number 1, accused front with clothes. Photo 2, accused back with clothes. Photo 3, accused front without clothes. Photo 4, accused back without clothes. MS Mkhize. Now, you presumably that is the signature of the same Mr. Mkhize that you see in that same page, which, as the chairperson correctly points out, actually even those signatures on the same page are different.
That's what I see, Chairperson. It looked very different.
It looks like a clumsy forgery. They are not even competent at forging. Now, then you go to 5A/52. Now, this is where people are now implicated. Names of people are mentioned.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. Now, after the words NB continue on a separate folio to record all of the movements, observations, and all of the aforesaid persons' averments, his exact words and all questions by the officer must be recorded verbatim and within quotation marks. And then it says, accused states and indicates, I want to show you where myself, Spam Hlongo, Sgan Demande, and Sifiso Demande shot and killed the person whom they told me that he was Nkosi Zondi by using the firearms at Z section in Umlazi. Furthermore, I want to show you the house where we picked up the VW Polo and exchanged cars, as well as the firearms left Organized Crime Office, Cato Manor Office, HR 32 times 1700 hours, kilometers 40028. Accused indicates Bella Road, Edwin Swales, N2, Port Shepstone, Umlazi, Mango Sutu Highway, Solomon Mahlangu, Venieni. Accused indicates stop here, time 1725. Accused indicates this is the house where we picked up a male. Now, this is the ultimate confession of Mr. Swayom Kiza, which we know is being repeated by people like Major General Boyson as the basis on which these people were then classified to be suspects. Mr. Spem Hlongo, Mr. Skan Demande, and Mr. Sifiso Demande. Now, in the statement relating to yourself, were you given the names of people to implicate?
Yes, as I've said it before, you try and implicate people so that you can be alive. Because if you don't say anything, as I've said it, that if you go into that room, you'll see angas don't work, which means literally say you don't say I don't know. And Swayo was as well I think he was asked and he was schooled to say whatever he has said.
Yes, but in your case, were you given the names of the people to implicate?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Who were those names?
I was told that I have to implicate Scan Demande, Fison Demande, as well as Mr. Nzuza and Ronnie Kanyile.
Yes. And who are those people?
Fison Demande and Scan Demande are one of those Demande brothers. One was killed in Pinetown, the other one was killed in Northwest. Ronnie Kanyile, unfortunately, as he was trying to run away for the police because he knew that they would kill him, he got sick and he passed away around May or April of 2009. Later on, Mr. Nzuza, he was shot in his house, but later, I think it was around 2014 or 2015, mysteriously, because we don't know even today who killed Mr. Nzuza.
Yes. Now, these names of Mr. Demande, Mr. Mkize, all of these names that were supposedly to be implicated in the murder, what was their relationship with the KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association?
These Demande brothers, they were brothers to Magojela and Demande. Magojela was the member of the Maphumulo, and they were brothers. And I would say, in extension, they were part of the association because these Demandes, they were brothers working together, but you can only have one as a member, but all of them, they are involved. In extension, they were part of the Maphumulo Taxi Association.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, the balance of that statement, you will find in the Becky Temba docket from BH 0018 to BH 0027.
On the panel, Chair.
No, I think it will have to be played out for you on the screen. Do you have a screen there?
I do have, but I haven't seen anything flighted here.
All right, I'm sure it will be. So it will be at BH 0018 to BH 0027. Yes. Yes, so if you look at BH 0021, which is where your statement stops.
That's correct, Chair.
Just want to complete the confession that was taken. Yes, so that's the direction that's taken. To find the pointing out. But there is a part where he should be. Yes, I found it. At BH 0022. Are you there? So you will see if you skip the first paragraph, there is a question, did you understand what I said to you? And then it says, yes, I do. And then there's a question, I then obtained the accused statement in the following manner. Can you see that?
I can see that, Chair.
And then it says, on Sunday, 2009, 0118, at about 1200, I was at Maphumulo Taxi Rank. I was approached by one taxi owner whom I knew as BM Nzuza. Mr. BM Nzuza informed me that there was a speech from Ndimande boys, namely Sifiso Ndimande and Sgan Ndimande. He said we will have to go to meet them in Durban on the next day. Are these the same names that you were also asked to implicate? Nzuza and the Ndimande, it says Ndimande boys. Let's call them the Ndimande brothers.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Then thereafter, the statement continues. On Monday, 2009/01/19, I met with Spem Hlongo, BM Nzuza, and I think is it Koni Kanyile at Ronnie Kanyile at KwaMaphumulo Taxi Rank. We jumped into a Golf 4, which belongs to Spem Hlongo, and we drove to Durban. While we were driving along the freeway, Mr. BM Nzuza phoned for Tembeka Ngcukaitobi and asked him about the place where we were going to meet. Tembeka Ngcukaitobi said, we must meet at Durban North. We drove to Steers at Durban North at about 1100 hours. We sat down at Steers and have something to eat. While we were at Steers, we were joined by Tembeka Ngcukaitobi, Bongani Mkhize, Sgan Ndimande, Sifiso Ndimande, and Gedani Mhlongo. Sgan Ndimande then started the meeting. He first said Magojela Ndimande, who was his brother, was sold to the police by Inkosi Zondi. He said Inkosi Zondi gives the information to the police that Magojela was driving to Mpumalanga province on that day. Mr. BM Nzuza then insisted and said Inkosi Zondi need to be killed. Tembeka said he supported the idea of killing Zondi. Tembeka also requested to know that what was going to be the amount for killing Zondi. The two Ndimande brothers, Scar and Sifiso, volunteered and said they can pay 50,000 rands. Mr. BM Nzuza said the Maphumulo Taxi Association can pay 150,000, which will make it 200,000. Tembeka asked as to where we can get the killers is Nkabinde. Nzuza pointed at myself, Scar, Sifiso, and Spare, and said we can be the killers. Now, this is the entire plot, which then became the basis for people like Major General Boysen to claim that all of these people that are mentioned here were implicated in the murder of Inkosi Zondi. Now, the names I've been reading out and the story I've been reading out, was this different or similar to the story you were told to confirm during your torture?
Chairperson, it's the same story which was told to me that I must narrate as it is. And there are certain things that I think the police should ask themselves, how was it possible? One, if there was a meeting in Durban North is a small area in Durban, they should have went there and get that footage. Most of the shops, they will have cameras to see if there was any meeting. More above that, there is a person who has been mentioned here, which is Tembeka Ngcukaitobi, who's a brother to Bongani. He is not a member of the KwaMaphumulo Taxi Owners Association, and he was never asked to come and testify or being questioned about this matter. Why was that? If he was part of that, he should have confirmed that, or should have been asked to come in and be interrogated as well. But the focus was only in these KwaMaphumulo, members of the KwaMaphumulo Taxi Owners Association, and which doesn't make sense even further. If this meeting that has been purported, Mr. Mkhize, who was the chairperson, how come that Mr. Nzuza, who is not even the treasurer of the association, can pledge money on behalf of the association? That doesn't make sense. And that meeting, I can confirm with you, it never happened.
Yes, thank you. You see, there's something about this so-called confession. Why would they beat the confession out of you and Mr. Mkhize?
I am not sure why they chose us, but maybe Swayo was the first one to be caught. Then he did confirm what they wanted they wanted him to confirm. Then unfortunately, I was also arrested very quick. And remember, Bongani was killed for this very same matter.
Yes, no, but I'm saying is that if you want a confession, why would you need to beat the person up to get the confession? Because the confession must be made voluntarily. You don't need to assault a person to get a confession.
It's unfortunate that that's how these ketomena, they have been operating for the longest time. As I was in Westville, every prisoner that has went through ketomena, they will tell you they were all beaten, and they will tell you that you can't tell me you are here, you came from ketomena, you never urinated yourself, you never defecated yourself. That's a standard. If you go there, you will come out of that office, have done that.
Yes. Now, what became the fate of this statement? And it's a crucial statement in relation to the Zondi killing, because it was the basis on which they claimed that everyone else deserved to die, because they now had this confession from Mr. Mkhize and yourself. It is set out in paragraph 103 of your statement, where you say, however, in separate proceedings in Umlazi, Swayom Mkhize deposed to an affidavit retracting his pointing out statement and alleged confession. In that affidavit, he stated that both were obtained as a result of torture inflicted by members of the Ketomano unit. During the trial, within a trial in my case, Warrant Officer Zungu confirmed under cross-examination that he was aware of Swayo's retraction and allegation that the statement had been procured through torture. Now, the police knew during your trial that this statement we've just read was actually procured through torture. If you go to the transcript of your trial, which is page 80, it's actually page 5A 160. So 5A 160, line 10 to 20.
Should I read, Chairperson?
Yes, so it starts off by saying, if you look at the question first, it says, And yet, despite all of that, nobody came to you and said to you, look, we've got correspondence regarding these people's rights. They are very afraid that their rights will be infringed. Be sure that their attorney is present. Then it says, nobody, my lord, came to me or informed me about this letter. Now he's talking about the letter of the 5th of September 2008. Mr. Zungu says he was unaware of that letter. He then says, and then a confession was taken from Swayom Kize. That's the confession we've just read. Well, I think it was also a pointing out, was it? A pointing out was done by Swayom Kize, accompanied by a statement on 2 February 2009, right? If I can recall, my lord, the confession, yes, was done by Swayom Kize. And you will also remember, Warrant Officer, that the moment Swayom Kize was in the sanctity of the courtroom, he immediately said that he was forced, that this was a forced pointing out and confession. And then he says, I heard that, my lord, on the bail application. And then he said, and he stated that in an affidavit on oath prior to his death. And then he says, yes, I've seen that, my lord. So Mr. Zungu knew that this was a confession procured according to Mr. Kize. It was a confession procured through force. Correct?
That is correct. That is correct, Chairperson. He voluntarily told me while we were in custody that, to be fair to you, Mr. Mhlongo, I will make this statement and I will make this affidavit, so that you'll see that there was no intention from my side to implicate you in this case. I was compelled and I was forced. I was beaten. So they prepared the names and the statement for me so that I can implicate people. That's what he told.
Yes, but more importantly, the police knew. You know, this is the strange thing in this case we are dealing with. We still have people like Major General Boysen that are relying on the so-called confession from Swai, when they have known as early as 2011, 2010, that confession was obtained through force.
Well, Chairperson, it's his view, but the fact will speak for itself. We knew what happened to us. He was not there, and he knows that how his team were operating during that time.
Yes, well, we will deal with him shortly, because you say he was not there, but your statement, at least in your case, shows that he was there. Now that takes us to paragraph 104. And then we come back to you. We've now dealt with the so-called confession of Mr. Swayo that became the justification for the killing of at least 3 people. You say, later that day, I was transported to Sydenham police station by Inspectors Raymond Lee and Maharaj of the Keitomano unit, where I was detained overnight. Now, later that day is still the 3rd of February 2009, correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
And Raymond Lee, we've also encountered him having killed a person who was in a rubbish bin. He's also a member of Keitomano unit, is that correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
And Inspector Maharaj, we obviously know him, also having a few people that he also killed. Then you were detained at Sydenham. On the following day, you remember your statement contains that contradiction where you are remaining silent, but you are committing to do a pointing out. You remember that?
That's correct, Chair.
And the pointing out takes place on the 4th of February 2009. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes.
Council is 10 to... It is 10 to 2
10
now.
to 2, yes.
Would you like to exhaust this point, or would you like us to start when we reconvene?
You know, it's going to be a little bit long, Madam Chair, so I think it's probably best to adjourn and continue when we reconvene.
Yes, before we do that, may we go back to the confession statement? before I forget, if you can, the witness can assist me there, because this seemed to be a critical confession or a critical purported confession. BH0020, Mr. Mhlongo, do you have that document in front of you? Mr. Mhlongo, yes.
I can hear you, Madam Chair.
Yes, may we go back to BH0020? This is the page you have in your statement, but let's look at the docket itself. Would you please take him to BH0020? Page 20. It doesn't appear to be that page.
That's the one.
Yes. Would you please scroll that page down where the statement begins?
Yes, I can see that, Chair.
Mr. Mutlokwane, please scroll down so that the witness can see the state. Yes. Do you see the writing there? At the bottom is page 12 of 16. You see that?
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
Turn over to the next page. That seems to be a continuation. It's now BH0021. And the bottom is page 13 of 16. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see it on the screen, Madam Chair.
What I imagine to be the correct next page should be 14 of 16. Am I correct?
That should be.
What is on the next page? The next page is 15 of 16.
Yeah, it's 15 of 16.
Meaning that page 14 of 16
14 is missing.
is missing. Am I correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Look at the next page of that statement. It seems to be a totally different handwriting and font, and the page on top is 11. Do you see that?
That's correct, Chair.
But the number on top is BH0023.
23. That's correct, Chair.
Now, similarly to that page, the next one is page 12. You see that?
I'll ask, yes, it's page 12. That's correct, Chair.
And the font and the writing seems to be totally different from the initial first two pages of the statement.
That's correct, Chair.
The next page from 12 is 13. You see that?
That's correct, Chair.
It's written at the end, date returned 2009, apparently stroke 02, stroke 02 at 21:30. You see that?
That's correct, Chair.
The handwriting there seems to be similar to the handwriting at page 11 and 12. Am I correct?
You're correct, Chairperson.
Now look at the last page. The last page is now page 15 of 16. You remember the pages that earlier followed? It was 12.
Yes.
It was 12 of 16, 13 of 16, 15 of 16. You remember?
That's correct, Chairperson.
But then again, after those strange pages, 11, 12, and 13, you have the last page written 15 of 16.
16. That's correct, Chairperson.
What do you make of this?
It shows that these things were prepared and, I don't know if it's a correct term, concocted in order for them to achieve what they wanted to achieve. Because if they were doing it, if it's the same person who did this document, why it has different handwriting and why other pages are missing? That should be the question that must be posed to the investigating officer, Mr. Zungu, who was in the center of this case.
And the signature, I beg your pardon, the signature at page 15 of 16, that is what is supposed to be the last page, is that of an officer. Can you read that surname there? On top, just below the signature of Mr. Mkhize, his thumb and his signature. Who is this officer? Can you read? Low.
I can't read this. Maybe it's Gasa or something.
And you understood this document to be a confession allegedly made by Mr. Mkhize?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes, thank you. Counsel, perhaps, unless if you'd like to make a follow-up on my question so that you don't leave it hanging. If not, we can adjourn and then you can start where you intended to begin on the statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I need to look closely at the questions you've been raising. I could have follow-ups, but I can only do that after I've read
When we
properly.
reconvene.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, I think we'll do that. Mr. Mhlongo, we are going to take a lunch break until 3 o'clock.
Thank you, Chairperson.
You are still under oath.
I do.
Yes, thank you. We adjourn.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Chauke. Good afternoon, Mr. Mhlongo.
Good afternoon, Chairperson.
You continue to be under oath.
I do, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Advocate Ngcukaitobi.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Proceed.
Mr. Mhlongo, can we just go back to the issue of Mr. Swayo, who I pointed out to you that the reason why that confession is important is because it is the confession that was used by Major General Boysen to justify why Mr. Mpungane Mkhize was a wanted man, according to him. Remember that?
That's correct, Chair.
In fact, it's clear that Major General Boysen says, absent that confession from Swayo, there was no evidence linking Mr. Mpungane Mkhize with criminality or the death of Mr. Nkosi Zondi. Now, I've got access now to the portion I had in mind. It's not an affidavit, it's actually a portion from Mr. Boysen's book. And the portions I want to put to you for your comment in the light of what we've just seen. Perhaps it could be, what page is it? 66. Apparently in the actual book it's page 66. Did they make copies? Oh, yes. But I mean, how do I link it to this?
I've got copies there.
No, but I don't know which page. There's no pages here. There's no paragraphs.
And there's the paragraphs on the actual book itself, but they've got hard copies from the book.
Yes. All right. Apparently in the book it's page 66. Now, where it starts, where I want you to look at is, where it starts, it says, in his reply. Can you see that?
I can say that, Chairperson.
Johan, that's Johan Boysen, said Mkhize was not a suspect, nor had a warrant of arrest been issued for him. Now, that was the reply to the affidavit in the case that was brought by Mr. Mkhize for an interdict, just to put you in correct perspective. He said there was no hit list. Remember that the allegation made by Mr. Mpungane Mkhize was that there had been a hit list. And then he says, the information received from Moses Dlamini is hearsay. I deny the existence of any list that is referred to by the applicant. Now he's quoting there a portion from his affidavit. Then he says, Mkhize and SAPS reached an agreement, and the final order stated that the police could not unlawfully kill, intimidate, or harass him. You remember that court order, we looked at it earlier, and you were also party to the clients that instructed Tlhapane attorneys to bring that application. You remember that?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Look at what he says next. He says, it was a meaningless and nebulous interdict, Johan thought. Do you have any comment to Mr. Boysen, who is a member of law enforcement, describing a court order as meaningless and nebulous?
Chairperson, hence I've said it before that the Kesomena unit, they felt they are superior to everyone. As you can see, this is not the first time where they disregard the court decision or the court orders, as we have seen that before. During my testimony that Makoswabo Mkhize as well as Gedwana Mhlongo, the court gave the clear instruction that they have to take these two individuals and lodge them at Westville prison, but they decided to scratch off Westville and accepted Ketomena. That itself speaks volume about the disrespect that this unit has. And they thought it's all about them and nobody else will ever tell them what to do.
Yes. And what about Mr. Boysen himself? I mean, he writes in a book that a court order by the High Court is meaningless and nebulous. Does that show disrespect for the court?
It is the disrespect at its highest order.
Yes.
Because all the citizens of the country has to abide by the law and listen to the courts. The courts is above everyone else.
Yes, and then he continues. He says, it would later be interpreted that Mkhize could not be killed at all, whatever he did, even if he shot at the police. I just want to come to the first part, that he says this court order was interpreted to mean Mkhize could not be killed at all. Why would a policeman be concerned that there is a court order that says someone should not be killed? Isn't that what the police are there to do, to uphold the law, to make sure that people are not killed?
That's the reason why we have police, is to safeguard and keep everyone safe. If they are the ones now who have a license to kill, it's something which is uncalled for. And maybe they should, as you have said, Chairperson, that Mr. Boyson will have to come and say why he was uttering all these words.
And then he continues, surely that would be an act of self-defense on the police's part. Years later, it would be used against me, that's Mr. Boyson, to suit a very particular agenda, an agenda that had nothing to do with the lawful or unlawful death of Bongani Mkhize. Now he says the court order is being used against him to suit an agenda. I don't know if you want to comment on that, because the court order is clear about what the police are allowed and not allowed to do. There's no agenda behind that. Do you want to comment on that?
Chairperson, for me, my understanding to this paragraph or this portion of the book, he is trying to defend himself and say or justify the conduct of his unit to be seen, or people to be sympathetic to him, to say that this will be used against him. Definitely it should be used against him, because he broke the law. The court has ventilated to say you mustn't kill Mr. Mkhize, but they just ignore the decision of the court and continue killing him.
Yes, and then it continues. He says Mkhize didn't become a suspect until the death, months later, of Inkosi Zondi, who happened to be the great-grandson of Inkosi Pambata Kamanxiza, who led a Zulu rebellion against British rule in 1906. So the point I had made to you earlier is that on the common cause facts that Boyson himself, Mr. Major General Boyson himself admits, Mr. Mkhize was not a suspect until this case of Zondi, of Inkosi Zondi. Do you understand that?
I do understand that, but my understanding can differ a little bit, because in court papers before or during my trial, or as we applied for the bail, it appears and it was said in court papers that Bongani Mkhize was also in the list of those who were looking for by the police in connection with the murder of Superintendent Chauke.
Yes, well, the letter we looked at earlier of the 5th of September 2008 says that exactly.
That's correct, Chairperson.
And then Major General Boyson continues, we had the phone calls from suspects that pointed a finger at Mkhize, but more evidence was needed to pull him in for questioning. The Zondi case would provide that evidence. So that's Mr. Major General Boyson says it's this case that led them to Mr. Mkhize. Then he explains the following paragraph. On 22 January 2009, Zondi was killed while visiting family members in Umlazi. His car sprayed with AK-47 gunfire. Apart from being of royal ancestry, he was a relative of President Zuma, who sat at Zondi's funeral. It is a bitter irony that Nondaba, being a former cop detective in the murder and robbery unit, would lose his own life in this manner. We appeal for calm and restraint. Let the law enforcement agencies deal with the investigations and track down the killers and bring them before the law. What would be the relevance of a person being a relative of the president for purposes of law enforcement by the police? Does it matter?
For me, it doesn't matter. If you are just a human being like anybody else, you've got a right to life. And like anybody else, it was unfortunate that Mr. Zondi was killed. I wish we had people who really killed Mr. Zondi and be brought to the court and tell everyone why they killed Mr. Zondi, because definitely it was not us who were arrested for this matter.
Yes. And then Major General Boysen continues. He says, Provincial Commissioner Ngidi insisted that Johan, who had known Zondi, personally handled the crime scene. It was a top priority case, says Johan. So I want to ask you this question. Major General Boysen has given various accounts in different parts. But one of the accounts that he has given is that he was too far removed from the activities of the Ketumano unit. But he writes in his book that he was instructed by Provincial Commissioner Ngidi to personally handle the crime scene of Nkosi Zondi. What would that tell you?
It says, or it confirms what transpired during my case at Scottbearer, because there was, I think it was Sergeant Ndlovu or someone who testified that if you can check on the transcript, you'll see that Mr. Boysen was at the scene of the crime that was committed at Umlazi. He was there personally.
Yes, I mean, even his own version is that this was told to him to personally attend to it. Now, he then continues. Sorry, you wanted to speak?
No, I wanted, that is correct. It has been confirmed that he went to the scene.
Yes. He then continues, although he was a Zulu chief, he's talking about Nkosi Zondi. Zondi had also once been a detective based at Katumano, but had been transferred years before to KwaMaphumulo and had been off sick for a year. At this stage, I was unaware that the Zondi case had anything to do with the Chongo killing. Now, what do you say about his version that he was unaware of the connection between the Zondi case and the Chongo case?
I believe as the person who was in charge of this unit, they should have informed him. And if you can look at the testimony of Mr. Zungu, it appears that they were briefing their principals about what is happening and the breakthroughs that they've made on the case of Nkosi Zondi.
Yes, but the
so we can't say.
Sorry, yes, yeah, carry on. I think you are providing the answer in your last sentence.
So he can't say he was not aware of the connection between the two, because he knew that Mkhize have written a lot of letters requesting them not to kill him in connection with the matter of Tom.
Yes.
So now he can't just come and say, if it's true that Mr. Zungu and the team have briefed him that there was a breakthrough on the 2nd of Mr. Mkhize Swayo who was arrested. Then they were briefed. Then there were other people who were going to be the suspect in this case.
Yes, thank you. Then he says the day in January when Zondi was killed was blazing hot in Umlazi. Johan had the area swept with brooms and got laborers to cut the grass. They found dozens of AK-47 bullet casings. The breakthrough came when the getaway car was recovered. A fingerprint showed that Swayo Mkhize had been in the car, the same Swayo who has been transported to court when Chongo was killed, but who had once again been given bail by the courts. There are just two questions I want to ask you here. The first one is that he's talking about fingerprints that showed that Mr. Mkhize had been in the car. We've got access to some documents that come from the case docket in Begitemba, and we've not found any fingerprints there at all. Would that suggest that if the fingerprints existed, they've been removed from the docket?
I don't think it's the truth, Chairperson, because even during the case there at Scottbearer, Mr. Zungu, who was the investigating officer, did confirm that there was no fingerprints that was linked to any of the accused or the person that were being accused in this matter.
So that was the evidence of Warrant Officer Zungu, who was the investigating officer in the case, in your case.
That's correct, Chairperson.
And in that case, he confirmed that no fingerprints could be attributed either to yourself or to Mr. Swayom Kiza.
Or to Mr. Mkiza for that matter.
And that explains why the docket
Mr.
doesn't
Mohammed
contain
Mkiza.
any fingerprints.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, then the second thing I want to ask you here is that he seems to be raising an issue that because Swayo had been suspected of involvement in the Tonto murder, he had what he calls once again been given bail by the courts. Why would Major General Boysen take an issue with a suspect who's received bail?
I don't get it how he can implicate Swayo in the matter of Superintendent Paul, because Swayo was kept by the police during the time. The bail that he received, it was for the murder that was committed in around Stenger as they were appearing in Stenger. As we have said, and we have seen on the documents that the case was weak. They couldn't oppose the bail or have a grounds to oppose the bail because their case was very weak.
Yes, well, I think what he's saying, in fairness to him, is that the link is that it was the same Swayo who was being transported to court when Tonto was killed. Now, I mean, I understood that what was being transported to court were case dockets. I had not seen any evidence that Mr. Swayom Kiza was himself being transported.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, yes, perhaps before I leave this topic, I need to take you to 5A 152.
5A 152.
Yes.
I'm there, Chairperson.
Now, that is still the evidence of Mr. Zungu, and he is still being questioned. Well, in this case, he's being questioned by your advocate, Mr. Hauser.
That's correct, Chairperson.
So, this is what your counsel says from line 5. If we can start there, the line following line 5, which should be the 6th line. He says, then from the 22nd January, that's the date of the shooting, the date of the incident, until the date of the month, would I be correct to say there was no real breakthrough, there was no evidence forthcoming as such? Can you see that?
I can say that, Chairperson.
And what does the witness say, Mr. Zungu?
He said that's correct, my lord.
Then here is the crucial question. He says, it seems the most you had was a fingerprint, and that was not the fingerprint of the accused now before court, which was yourself, correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Or the person who was formerly accused number 1, which was Swayom Kiza, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
And then
that's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. And then what does Mr. Zungu say?
He said that's correct, my lord. That was the reference that I was making before, that Mr. Zungu did consider in court that there was no fingerprints that matched any of us.
Yes, but you were both specifically mentioned, yourself and Mr. Swayo were specifically mentioned, and you said there were no such fingerprints.
That's correct, Chairperson.
And this is why the statement in the book of Mr. Boysen that a fingerprint showed that Mr. Swayom Kiza had been in the car cannot be a correct statement. That is a lie.
It's a blatant lie, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, I had asked you about what your comment is to the fact that Mr. Boysen seems to decry the fact that Mr. Swayo had received bail. granted bail by the courts?
It's because he's questioning, he wants to be in charge of everything. If he respects the court, he should have accepted that he has been given based on the evidence that was being presented to the court, not him, using his feelings.
Yes, and then he continues, Keitomano officers went to arrest Swayo, and he spilled the beans in a statement. Now, the statement we were talking about is the statement we just read just before the lunch adjournment. You remember that?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Now, when he talks about spilling the beans, I mean, knowing what you know about how that statement was obtained, what is your comment to Major General Boysen relying on that statement as somebody having spilled the beans?
He should know better that this statement, Swayo was threatened, he was beaten, he was under a lot of pressure for him, and he was taught what to say, like they did to me.
Yes, but we also looked at the evidence given in your case, where there was a concession by Mr. Zungu, that actually that statement was ruled inadmissible because it was procured by force.
That's correct, Chairperson.
In the case of Umlazi.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. So the fact that he now relies on a statement he knows to be discredited years later in his book, what does that tell you?
Maybe he is trying to save his pride so that he can be seen as this person he wanted to portray as a hero, but with a lot of skeletons in the closet, because you can't lead a team of killers, because that was a killing enterprise.
Then he purports then to summarize the contents of the statement. But at this point in time, he already knew the statement was discredited. It was disowned by Mr. Zungu, and he says nothing about that in the book. And he says he told police how Bongani Mkhize and several other men, among them Magoja Landimande's brother and nephew, Badumile and Sifiso, had met at Steers in Durban North and hatched a plan to kill Zondi for selling out Ndimande. Swayo said that Mkhize's KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association had put forward 150,000 rands for the operation. Now, because of Swayo's confession, this is the point, because of Swayo's confession, Bongani Mkhize was wanted for questioning about the death of Inkosi Zondi. What is your comment about that?
Chairperson, I would say it's so unfair that a person lose his life in such situation or under such statements which was made by Swayo. Because I believe the police should have done their work. If you are a police, we are taught how to investigate. If they've done the proper investigation, they would have find out that what has happened or what has been told them, or if it's true, that's not true. As I've said, if they have done their work, they should have went to that Steers in Durban North. Durban North is a very small area in Durban. You can just find Steers and check the records, or maybe check the phones and see if these people, they have been in the same vicinity around the same time. Then you can conclude and say, yes, they were together or they were not together.
Yes. Now, we can see from this book that the only link that Major General Boysen had, according to him, was the statement of Swayo. The only link to Mr. Mkhize was the statement of Swayo. Mr. Mkhize had an interdict against the police. Mr. Boysen says that that interdict did not mean he could not be killed. But he also says we had a statement that connected him. Now, assuming those things to be correct, I know you're saying they were false and you've given your evidence. Why? Including the evidence that came from your trial. What would give the police the authority to kill a person?
I think they can only kill a person if it's causing threat to them. I think that can be justifiable. But other than that, I don't see the reason, because Nkhize was ready, even if they've made a call or came to our association saying we want Nkhize, he was going to present himself to the police.
Thank you very much. Now, that has covered the issue of the statement from Mr. Swai and the reliance on that statement by Major General Boysen as justification for claiming that Mr. Nkhize was a wanted man. There is something else about that. That pointing out statement that we looked at earlier is signed at 9:30 p.m. on the 2nd of February, 2009. You don't have to look at it. You can accept for now that what I'm saying to you is correct.
It's correct. I've got the statement with me. I was able to get it.
Yes, you can see at the end that it's 9:30 p.m. on the 2nd of February, 2009.
Yes, I saw that. I saw that, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, you were detained on the 3rd of February, 2009 at 1:45. Correct?
That's correct.
But by 4 o'clock, you were at Keitomano after you had taken to a park and tortured there, and then driven to Keitomano where you were tortured. Correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
But by that time, you were already shown the photograph of a dead Mr. Nkhize.
Yes, it has been shown to me.
Yes, which means that they killed Mr. Nkhize that day at about our own estimate, between 1 and 2. I mean, you went to prison at 13:45, not being aware that Mr. Nkhize was killed. But when you were inside, you were shown a picture that he was killed. So it was in a couple of hours between your detention and his killing.
That's correct, Chairperson.
So which means that they got this supposed confession at 9:30 p.m. Then the following day, they went looking for him. And when they found him, they killed him.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. And there is absolutely no evidence that they attempted to arrest him or send him to court.
There is no evidence such as that, Chairperson. He was killed and I'm getting it.
Yes. Now, if on their version, on Major General Boysen's version, is that until that confession, nothing linked this man to the crime. And the confession came at 9:30 p.m. And they already have an interdict and a letter committing that this man will show up. They had enough time to tell him to come to court. Correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Yes, I've actually just been told that according to Mr. Stoltz, Inspector Stoltz, and Inspector Padiache, they confirmed that they killed Mr. Nkhize at 1:10 on the 3rd of February, 2009.
That makes sense because it's happened. That information was never in my possession up until I was at Ketomena offices at around 4:30, where these pictures were shown to me that Mr. Nkhize was no more.
Yes, well, I'm also interested in why they would show you the picture, because they killed him 3 hours before they showed you the picture, or 2 hours before they showed you the picture. I've never seen a scenario in which a suspect is killed by the police, and then they take the picture of the deceased and go around showing other potential suspects? What would be the reason for that?
It was to instill fear and show that if I don't follow or do whatever they are telling me to do, I will suffer the same fate, or I will get killed, like how they did to Mkhize, because this is the person that I respect. He's the chairperson of the association. He's the person that I look up to. But he is no more in the same case that I'm arrested for.
Yes, I mean, the reason I'm putting this to you is that the reason these pictures are taken of the crime scene is to assist in the investigation of that crime. These are not pictures taken to show other suspects what their fate would be.
Chairperson, if maybe I can take it further than that, the very same picture that you will see that was shown to me is the same picture that was on the headline the next morning on the 4th. If you can check for Isoles, where the newspaper which was based here in KwaZulu-Natal, it's a very same picture, the one that Mr. Mkhize was leaning on the steering, full of blood. That was the picture that was on the newspaper the following day. For me, it says this picture was not shared to me only, but as well as the journalist had or they were given the very same picture.
Yes, well, we have some evidence here from Mr. Danikas about the connection of Mr. Boysen and journalists of certain newspapers and giving them a prior access to crime scene photos. Now, by the 3rd of February 2009, you've been shown that Mr. Mkhize has been killed. Why are you still required to do a pointing out on the 4th? What are you supposed to point out?
I was told to do the pointing out so that I can incriminate myself or show that what has happened on the day where Mr. Zondi was killed.
Yes, but I mean, for what purposes? Because the person, according to them, who is responsible for planning the murder has already been killed on the 3rd, and that was Mr. Bongani Mkhize.
I think their reasoning would be maybe because they wanted to take me to court. Because subsequently to that, I did went to court on the 5th of February 2009.
So you were one of the persons who were the suspects?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, that is what is covered from paragraph 106 of your statement at page 522.
That's correct, Chairperson.
So after they had tortured you in the evening of the 3rd, they took you to Sydenham, and you were driven by Mr. Raymond Lee, Mr. Maharaj. In the morning
That's correct, Chairperson.
of the 4th, you were then taken from that station by Inspector Gasa. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairperson. But maybe if I can go back a little bit,
Yes.
Chairperson, so that maybe I can give you a comprehensive picture of what happened on that night.
Please.
I was lodged at Sydenham Police Station, and I was isolated. I was not allowed to be put or that room was leaking. There was water all over. I couldn't sleep even on the floor because there was no blanket, there was nothing. I was kept there on that separate room alone the whole night. I couldn't sleep for that night. I stand with my feet the whole night up until in the morning.
Yes.
I think that's important for me to mention because there was a reason for that, why I was kept in isolation.
Yes. Now, in the morning at 8 a.m., Inspector Gasa comes to fetch you. You then meet Captain Naika, Inspector Ndlovu, and Sergeant Kennedy. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
And where did you meet them? At Sydenham or Yes.
We met at Ketomena office, Chairperson.
Or you met at Ketomena?
That's correct, Chair.
Then, this is, and your statement says this was for a pointing out. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Then you say that you were not properly consulted in the structured and careful manner that was later suggested by the police. The official pointing out documentation was not completed in a proper question and answer format in my presence, as it appears on the face of the document. At the time, I had visible marks on my wrists caused by handcuffs. These were not recorded in the documentation. What are you referring to there?
Hence, I have said before, as we went for the pointing out, I was taken from Sydenham to Ketomena. At Ketomena, I've met these white guys, and they continue threatening me that if I'm not complying, they are going to kill me in front of these other policemen. And I was compelled to go with that Mr. Naika, Mr. Ndlovu, as well as this Mr. Kennedy, who was the photographer. The photograph of me was taken naked and others where I was wearing my clothes. And there was no form that was filled before we went for the pointing out. We went to Umlazi and we get lost. But the forms that you see here as SM7. SM7, yes. Those forms were filled later on the 4th, later in the afternoon. Not on the day where I went for the pointing, or on the day that I went for the pointing out, but not before I went for the pointing out. It was after the pointing out has been conducted.
Yes, well, I think the notes of the pointing out is not SM7, it's SM9 at 5A53.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes, now, this is what I just need to go through with you then. So if you look at the beginning of this document, it's talking about Captain Bobby Naika, who was approached to take charge of a pointing out by Detective Inspector Zungu at 7 p.m. on the 3rd of February 2009 by telephone. Do you have any comment on that?
I can comment because it would appear, Chairperson, that on cell phone records of Mr. Zungu that it didn't happen in that fashion.
He didn't call Mr. Naika at 7 o'clock on the 3rd of February 2009.
Yes, it would appear during the transcript of the court proceeding that it happened later on the day, not at 7.
Yes. Yes, well, I mean, you've given the evidence that during that period, between 4 and much later, you were either being tortured at Ketomena or being transported to Sydenham. It was only on the 4th, in the following day, that Inspector Zungu came to talk to you.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes, so the idea that at 7 o'clock on the 3rd of February 2009, he was talking to Captain Naika about pointing out that you had agreed to, I mean, is irreconcilable with what actually happened.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Now, then it continues, the exact words of the said member of the service when he approached me to take charge of such pointing out were, Captain, please can you assist with a pointing out? Now, the person who's writing the statement is Captain Bobby Naika, correct?
That's correct.
So he too seems to be part of the lying, because he should tell the truth about when he was approached by Detective Inspector Zungu.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Can you explain why he's lying about when he was approached for this pointing out?
I think as we were in court, it appears that they were not supposed to use the services of the same organized crime unit. They're supposed to use someone independent or take me to it's either a judge or the magistrate for the confession.
Yes, that is correct. And the confession here, you make it to them, to the same police officers that were interrogating you.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes, and did anyone explain to you why a confession must be made before an independent person, like a judge or a magistrate?
It will be, I think, as a layman, it will just be for the comfort of that person who wants to tell the story and tell the story that he really wants to tell, unlike the story that you were compelled or you were forced to agree on when you were compelled by certain individuals or you are forced by other people to say what they wanted you to say. Because in this instance, we were forced and were compelled to say whatever we have said to them.
Yes, I understand, but the reason why it must be made before a judge or a magistrate, I mean, was that explained to you why that's important? You've explained that it's for the comfort of that person. But there may also be another reason, which is that it's part and parcel of your rights that are protected in the Constitution against self-incrimination.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Because a confession is self-incrimination.
That's correct, Chairperson.
So
I think what counsel is asking you is whether any one of them explained to you this point that he is making.
No one explained to me that they will send someone. I was only told in the morning that you will have to go with these people to go and do the pointing out. So there was no agreement between myself and them. I was told what to do.
yes, so none of the people that were questioning you explained to you that, look, you have a right to go to a magistrate or a judge where you can make a full confession.
There was none. If there was that option, I was going to go for that option because I knew that I was going to tell the magistrate or the judge that this thing, it has never happened in the way that I was told to say it.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, then it continues here. It says at 8:20 on the 4th of February, that's when it's happening, at Organized Crime Office, Keitomano, Durban, a person, Sipamandla Mhlongo, and then it gives your ID and your cell phone, apparently of sound and sober senses, appears before me, Captain Bobby Naika, stationed at Organized Crime Unit. The said person is brought by Detective Inspector Gasa, stationed at Durban, at Organized Crime Unit, Keitomano, Durban. So these are people from the same unit, Organized Crime Unit.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes, the other. It looks like they are just moving chairs around.
That's correct, Chair.
Now, then, if you look at the bottom of that page, there are 3 signatures. There is the first signature of the said person. Now, that said person is Mr. Siphamandla Mhlongo. There is then the signature
correct.
of the interpreter. Sorry?
Yes, on the signature of the person, of the said person, that's me, that's my signature.
Yes. And then there is the signature of the interpreter and the signature of the officer. That is Captain Naika, correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, why did you sign here?
It's because I was supposed to sign.
Yes. Now, then, if you go to the following page, it says, only the said person, the interpreter, Detective Inspector M.M. Dlovu, stationed at Organized Crime Unit, I think it's Peter Marisbeck, interpreting from English to Zulu, the photographer, Sergeant Kennedy, and I are present in my office and nobody else. So was there an interpreter from English to Zulu?
Mr. Ndlovu was the one who was acting as an interpreter.
Yes. Okay. Now, and then it continues. If you skip the following 2 paragraphs, it says, I explain to the said person that when I hereafter refer to a pointing out, I have in mind a situation where a person takes a police officer to a place or places and shows him certain scenes or points where some event or events have occurred, with or without explanation. His reaction is as follows. I understand, I want to show you the crime scene. Did you say this?
No, I never said this. This thing, it was filled before, not in my presence. It was filled when I was asked just to come and sign in all these papers. I was not even given a chance to read through this document.
I see. So that would also apply to under item A, I now convey the following information to the said person. And then it says, do you understand this? Yes. Do you understand this information? Yes. And there's a signature at the bottom. So that was all already completed by the time you came.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Then if you follow, turn over the following page, all of those, item 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, those were also completed beforehand.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. And when you turn to 5A, 56, again, where things that are attributed to you, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, that was also completed before this was brought to you.
It was all completed, and the only spaces that were left was for me to sign.
Yes.
There was nothing else because I should have asked questions about it if it was read through to me. And I was going to ask if they can bring the attorney for me so that I will be in the comfort of my attorney to go through this document.
Yes. Now, item 15 is relevant, which is at 5A 57. Were you in any way assaulted or threatened by any person in order to influence you to point out the sins and or points? And the answer here is no. What do you say to that?
That's demonstrate exactly that. How should I say no when I know exactly, and the marks and everything, the way I was, everyone, it was visible that I was beaten.
Yes, well, that...
So it shouldn't be correct to say no. It should say yes. So it is why I'm saying it was filled, then I had no option but just to sign at the bottom of each page.
Yes.
Sorry, before you continue. Just for clarity, Mr. Mhlongo, did you have any visible injuries on your body? before you went for the pointing out as a result of your alleged torture and assault by the police the previous day?
Yes, Madam Chair, there were a lot. As you go through the transcript, you'll see that even Mr. Naika, as he will come and testify, he will accept that there were marks on my wrist and on my legs, but he didn't bother himself to record it on this form.
Did the photographer, Sergeant Kennedy, take pictures? Because I saw somewhere where they say they took pictures of you from the front, from the back, with your clothes on, with your clothes off. Did they take those pictures, and did the pictures show the signs of assault and torture?
It will, because pictures were taken, Madam Chair, and if maybe we can request those pictures, you will see.
And were the pictures used during your trial? Especially
No, it was
in
not.
the trial, within the trial, because I take it that's where you disputed the confession and indicated to the court that it was extorted from you through assault and torture.
No, it wasn't used, Chairperson. I think the court believed the version of Mr. Kennedy, of Mr. Naika, as well as Mr. Zungu, because in a later stage, he did confirm that he saw the marks on my wrist and on my legs, and I was swollen as well in my face.
So there was no need to use the pictures?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Do you perhaps know what happened to the pictures? Have you ever seen them somewhere?
No, I never seen them, Chairperson, but I know pictures were taken.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Paloimer. Let's see. Perhaps you can look at question 16 and answer it. 5A 57.
Do you have any injuries, bruises, wounds, or scars on your body of any nature whatsoever? No. I can't see no visible injuries. That's what it says.
And then look at the question after that, and the one that's written in upper caps.
If so, can you show them? If to me, please note down all the injuries. No injuries.
Yes, and then observation by the officer. Now here is not your answer, it's what the officer can observe. What does he say?
No injuries. It's handwriting here.
Yes, it says no visible injuries. So if you then go to the following page, which is 5A 58, paragraph 16.2, Captain Naika says, well, tell me how you sustained these injuries. And then he says, what does he say?
No injuries.
Now, having looked at paragraph 16 in particular and comparing it to page 5A 229, so just go to your transcript again, 5A 229.
On the transcript, 5A 229.
Yes.
That's correct. I'm there, Chairperson.
Now, Mr. Housey, at line 10, if you look at line 10, the following line is Mr. Housey questioning Mr. Naika. That's the person who completed that form and said
That's
that
correct,
there were no
Chairperson.
injuries. Now, he says to him, I beg the court's pardon, my lord. Thank you. I see that, yes, I beg your pardon. Page 5, paragraph 16, that's the paragraph we've just read. Thank you, my lord. And do you see at the end of paragraph 16, it reads in big capital, observation by the officer. That's correct, my lord. Is that your writing? That's correct, my lord. Now you will remember, Captain, in your evidence, you indicated that there were handcuff marks visible on the accused's wrists in the form of bruises. Do you recall that? What does Mr. Naika say?
He said that's correct, my lord.
So then the advocate says, so the truth of the matter then is that he had visible injuries. What does he say? What does Mr. Naika say?
That's correct, my lord.
And then the advocate says, so what you have recorded here is incorrect. What does Mr. Naika say?
It was an error on my side, my lord.
Yes. So again, we go back to this form that's completed to pretend that you had no injuries. This is a fabrication, isn't it?
It is a fabrication, Chairperson, and as it was in court, it was made bare that these guys or these police officers, they were busy not doing what they were supposed to do, but building up the case which was not there.
Yes.
Or creating a case which was not there, if I may put it in that way.
Yes, but the point here is this form they've completed, which is all done. If you go to the end of it, this is all done under oath. Is a fabrication, which would amount to an offense. Do you know if any steps were ever taken against Mr. Naika for fabricating this form?
I don't know anything of that sort, Chairperson. I've never heard.
Yes. So it then continues when you look at 5A59, where you are now admitting of an incident that took place on the 22nd of January 2009 between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. Now that is the killing of Nkosi Zondi. You remember that?
That's correct, Chairperson.
And you are admitting that you were personally there and you were present at paragraph 22 and 23, correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Now, is this false or true?
It is false, Chairperson, because this, as I have said, this form was written and the only space that was left was for me to put a signature on. Otherwise, I was going to get killed if I'm not signing this form.
Yes. So even these so-called confessions are fabrications by Mr. Naika and his colleagues.
That's correct, Chairperson.
And Mr. Zungu is also present throughout here, or not?
Mr. Zungu was not present. He only came, you'll see that he came after 7 on the 4th. This is on the 4th during the day. This form was filled up at around 12, after we came from the pointing out. It was not filled. That is when I was asked to put a signature on the papers. And I was very hungry during that time because for the last day I didn't have food or anything, even anything to drink for the last maybe 16 or 17 hours.
So you say this form was completed at 12 o'clock when you returned from the pointing out?
That's correct, Chairperson.
I mean, the problem is that might expose another fabrication in this form, because at 5A53, it says that the form was completed at 8:20. Now, that was before the pointing out.
That's not true. That's not true, Chairperson. It was done after we came from the pointing out.
Yes. Because it looks like the portion that should be completed after your return is only the one at 5A60, which is date returned and time returned.
But this whole form was done after we came from the pointing out.
I understand what you're saying. I mean, it would also make no sense to do it afterwards, because in the earlier portions we looked at, that is where you are promising the police that you are going to do a pointing out, and you've done it voluntarily without any form of coercion. So why would you do that afterwards?
That's That should be the question.
Yes. Then we've looked at there's a section for the photographs, but you've already been asked about where those photographs are, so I won't ask you under item D. And then at 5A paragraph, at 5A/61 and /62, it's the same theme where you are cooperative and you have no questions, and there is a certificate by the interpreter at 5A/63. Now, there is also the actual notes that are given by Mr. Naika that you will find at 5A/65, which are
That's
part
correct,
and parcel
Chairperson.
of this confession.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Now, he commences at 7:57, where he explains all of the steps that you are booked out from Sydenham. The interview starts at 8:25, and the photos are taken at 9:20, and you drive around with Captain Naika, and certain questions are asked, certain answers are given, until you come back at page 5A/68 at 11:54. So what do you say about that whole, again, it's another confession of what you were going around pointing out and even telling them who were the other persons that were involved with you, Skandimande, Swayo, I think I saw Mkiza as well mentioned. So what do you say about that, those 4 pages of a recorded confession that you made to Inspector Naika?
Chairperson, just to expose it from the start, as you can see there, it's 7:57. I was not with Mr. Naika at 7:57. If we can go back, you will see that the person that picked me up from Sydenham Police Station, it was Mr. Gasa, not Mr. Naika.
Yes.
So it shows you that these guys, they were just making up things for no apparent reason. I was not with Mr. Naika around this time. I was brought to him around 8:20. That's where I was made to take out my clothes, pictures were taken. Then they asked me to try and locate the area in Umlazi. We tried, and you'll see if you can look at the mileage of the vehicle that there was a lot of kilometers that we went through because we couldn't find the place because I didn't know. We had to ask for directions in a couple of people. If you can look at Swayo's pointing out, they took them only about 20 kilometers. But for me, it took around 60 kilometers in order for us to be able to locate the area where we were looking for, the area that we were looking for. And on our way back, you'll see the distance is even shorter. It takes us even 25 minutes from the crime scene back to the office. Because by the time that we were going there, we were looking for the area that we were all don't know. So what is said here, it's not true. And it was prepared by Mr. Naika, and I was made to sign at the end of it.
So in other words, you didn't know where you were going?
I didn't know where we were going.
And who knew where you were going?
In all of us, there was no one, because even Naika, I didn't know. We had to inquire for directions in a couple of people. Because for me, it was safe to say if I saw, because on the news, I know that there were railings that were damaged on the side of the road. So each and every damaged lines or the damaged railings on the road, I would stop them and say, this is the area.
Yes.
and they would say, no, we have to have the markings on the road where the bullet shells were and all those things. They were saying things that I didn't know. But for me, to save my life, it was for me to show any damaged railings to say this is the area.
Yes. But I mean, according to you, what were you looking for?
I was looking for the crime scene where Mr. Zondi was killed, and I saw on the TV that the vehicle did damage the railings. So I was looking for any damaged railings on the side of the road while we were at Umlas.
Yes. I mean, were you familiar with it? Because according to the evidence, he was killed in the Z section of Umlazi. Were you even aware of that?
I didn't know Umlazi. I'm coming from Maphumulo. Maphumulo is like 140 kilometers away from Durban. So Umlazi, I only went there when there were soccer matches. The only place that I knew was the stadium, which was there at Umlazi. But other than that, I was not familiar with Umlazi, even today.
Yes. So
Just one thing, maybe. You say that it took those that were transporting you about 60 kilometers to locate the crime scene. That is, the distance traveled was about 60
That's correct.
kilometers. And then you
That's
say for the pointing out to be done by Swayo, it took them about 20 kilometers travel. Now, the first question that I want to ask is whether you and Mr. Swayo were still from the same police station. Were you detained at the same police station?
No, Chairperson, we were detained in different stations. Swayo, he told me that he was detained in Westville Police Station.
Mm-hmm.
I was detained at Sydney. So we haven't met, or I saw him only by the time they brought him on the 3rd, just after 7, where he came crying. But shortly after that, they took him away as well. So on the next day, I was all by myself trying to locate this area. And you'll see on the notes of Mr. Naika, from where he's starting at 7552 of the kilometers on the vehicle. Then when he comes back, it appears that it was 7625. So you'll see that we travel a lot.
Okay, may I just follow up? Do you know as to whom between yourself and Mr. Swayo was taken to the alleged scene of crime, I beg your pardon, to the scene of crime on the day? Who between you was taken there first and the other followed? Or do you not know?
I believe, according to the notes that we see here, Swayo was taken on the 2nd. So I was taken on the 3rd. So it means Swayo went there first, then on the following day, it was my turn.
Which means that they already knew the place, well, on the assumption that it was the same driver.
No, there were different drivers, if you look at the documents, Chairperson.
Okay. No, that's fine then. So it was a different driver, and you were both blind mice looking for this place.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. So you said that you didn't know the place, and none of the people in the car appeared to know the place, and you were just guessing because of what you had seen on television.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. And then what happened when you finally arrived at the supposed scene of the crime?
I was made to point certain points at the crime scene, and pictures were taken. Then because they were angry because we traveled for too long, and they took me back to Ketomela. That is when these forms and these statements were brought to me, and I was made to sign.
Yes.
One more question, just to close this up. It took you, you say it took you a long time, which could be estimated at 60 kilometers, the trip to the alleged crime scene. But then going back, did it take you another long time, or what can you say about the period spent to go back to the police station?
It was very quick, Madam Chair. It took us less than 20 minutes from the crime scene to back to the Ketomela office.
Thank you.
Thank you. You have covered in your statement at 522, paragraph 106, up to paragraph 120, which is at 524. So I'm not going to ask you that. We've been dealing with that now. Now, you were then detained after your pointing out, and you applied for bail, which was opposed. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. And we've got the affidavit opposing your bail, which is at SM10 5A/69, signed by Mr. Sbusiso William Zungu. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. The upshot of it is that bail was refused.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Which meant that you spent the whole time, I think, how long was it before you went to trial?
It took us 19 months.
19 months before you went to trial.
That's correct,
But
Chairperson.
that whole time you were incarcerated.
Yes, I was housed in Westville Prison.
Yes. Now that's what you deal with at 133, 134, at 527. And then you, by the way, we've been talking about Detective Inspector Zungu. I mean, who was he?
He was an investigating officer in the matter.
Yes. And who was the prosecutor?
It was Miss Elaine Kuzwai.
Miss Elaine Kuzwai.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. Well, the current DPP of KwaZulu-Natal is Miss Elaine Harrison. Are they different, or is it the same person?
I'm told it's the same person.
Same person. Yes. Now, the reason I ask you this is because this is the person who has now withdrawn all of the charges against the Ketomano accused. And I'm surprised that she was once assigned as a prosecutor in your case.
It is strange, Chairperson, because I was later informed that she got married to Mr. Zungu,
Which Mr. Zungu?
the investigating officer, Mr. Sbusiso Williamson.
The same person who was an investigating officer in your case.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, does that explain why in some of the documents we see the reference to Advocate Elaine Zungu?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. But I don't understand, how would she be able to exercise judgment on the withdrawal of the cases? Isn't that a conflict of interest?
As a layman, I will think so. It has a conflict of interest. She was supposed to excuse herself because she had a relationship with one of the accused persons.
Yes. Well, I mean, the fact that she was a prosecutor assigned for your case which was one of the Cato Mano cases, and later on becomes the DPP, but then withdraws the charges against all of the Cato Mano accused, and at some point was married to a member of the Cato Mano unit. I mean, do you understand how that happens?
I could not comment on it, but I think the national, the NDPP or the NPA should be the one who can answer on that.
Well, Mr. Mtweni is asking me whether Mr. Zungu was part of Cato Mano or not. What is your answer to that?
I would think Mr. Zungu was part of Cato Mano because everything that was happening, it happened in Cato Mano. So how could he not be part of Cato Mano if his accused persons or the people that he is investigating are being interrogated at Cato Mano? So for me, it would make sense if he is part of Cato Mano. But I stand to be corrected as I'm not a policeman and I'm not familiar with what is happening in the police force.
Yes.
Sorry, Madam Chair, just for the record, I was merely chirping. I was not asking Mr. Ngcukaitobi that question. I was just chirping aloud.
All right.
I'm not sure whether it is appropriate, Council, also to do that. But you remember you are now on record. Where Council Advocate Ngcukaitobi exposes what you are whistling to him or whispering to him. But maybe on that point as well, Council, something that just struck me and that I need clarity on. When you look at paragraph 180, 5-36, it's the witness refers to the cross-examination at the trial within the trial. And he says, Warrant Officer Zungu was questioned about the source of my name and the purpose of my arrest. When you look at 181, there, he speaks of the affidavit that was deposed to by a warrant officer during the bail proceedings. And this was prepared by Advocate Elaine Kuzwayo, now Harrison. And this affidavit was signed and commissioned by him, Mr. Zungu. Is my reading correct? If you look at footnote 26, the transcription of the trial within the trial is at page 9091. Counsel?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, maybe before we pose questions to the witness, let's just get that sequence correct. Yes, page 5-37, paragraph 181. It refers to that affidavit that was deposed to by him.
Yes, that's at 5A 166, where the questioning takes place.
Yes, it's at page 536, 5-36 of the affidavit of the witness, paragraph 180.
Yes.
Maybe we can read that. During cross-examination in the trial within the trial, Warrant Officer Zungu was questioned about the source of my name and the purpose of my arrest. He was referred to an affidavit, that is paragraph 181. He was referred to an affidavit deposed to by him in the bail proceedings in my matter, which was prepared in the handwriting of the Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Elaine Kuzwayo, now Harrison, and signed and commissioned by him. Is my understanding correct that it is Mr. Zungu who commissioned that affidavit? Now, if you look at the transcript of the trial within the trial, at pages 1991, they deal with it there. But the point that I'm trying to ascertain with the witness is whether It is this investigating officer. Mr. Mhlongo, are you there?
I'm here, Chairperson.
Yes.
I'm going through with you.
Is this investigating officer, Mr. Zungu, the one who commissioned the affidavit referred to at paragraph 181? Your paragraph 181. Do you want to read your paragraph 181 first and probably take it from there and answer my question?
He was referred to an affidavit deposited to by him in the bail proceeding in my matter, which was prepared in handwriting of Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Elaine Kuzwa, now Harrison, and signed and commissioned by him. As mentioned, it was Advocate Elaine Harrison who was working in my matter together with Warrant Officer Zungu. The affidavit is prepared by Advocate Harrison, containing material inaccuracies. Here, Chairperson, if you look at this affidavit at 5A-71, there are notes that at paragraph 19, we refer to these notes that were made by a handwritten there, if you can see on paragraph 19. I'm not too sure if you can see that, Chairperson.
5A71.
72.
5A72.
5A72.
Yes.
I see paragraph 19.
Paragraph 19, you can see there, Zungu has put signature on the side. That's SW Zungu. And the handwritten notes there are made by the prosecutor, Miss Elaine Kuzwa.
Just before you proceed from there, just read precisely what Ms. Kuzwa said. What is the insertion there?
The insertion here is the applicant, when brought back to Durban, the applicant has not been assaulted by any officer from the
Time.
At his arrest, sorry.
From the time.
From the time of the arrest, sorry.
Yes. Now, that's the point that is being asked. Your statement says this affidavit contains inaccuracies which were introduced by Ms. Elaine Harrison. Is this one of them?
That's correct. Because if you go to the transcript, you'll see that Mr. Zungu did concede that I was beaten and I was coerced by these members.
Who commissioned this affidavit?
Come again, Chairperson?
Who commissioned this affidavit?
It was commissioned by Miss Yvonne, I think it's Yvonne Kolegam-Keys.
Yes, that takes me back to paragraph 181, where you state that if you read that paragraph again, he was referred to an affidavit deposed to by him in the bail proceedings in my matter, which was prepared in the handwriting of Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Elaine Kuzwa, now Harrison, and signed and commissioned by him. Who is by him?
We meant Mr. Zungu, as you can see, he signed on the side to say, yes, he agree of what has been changed or what has been inserted here by hand.
He is the deponent.
That's correct.
At page 5A-74.
That's correct, Chairperson.
So he is not a commissioner of oaths there. The commissioner is somebody different.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yvonne Mkize.
That's correct, Chairperson.
So that part of your statement must be corrected, am I right?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Would you like to go through that, Council?
Yes, Madam Chair. Can you go to paragraph 180 of your affidavit, your statement, 537?
536.
No, 181 at
Or
537.
181. That's correct, Chairperson. I'm there.
Yes, I just want to read that sentence. So it says he was referred to an affidavit. Now, this is what is going on in the trial, but we've seen the affidavit. Deposed to by him in the bail proceedings in my matter, which was prepared in the handwriting of the Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions. So let's start here. The affidavit is not prepared in the handwriting, but it has handwritten insertions. Correct?
Yes.
So
That's
let's-
correct, Chairperson.
So shall we correct that to say which had hand
Insertion.
written insertions? And then we can then say by the Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Elaine Kuzwayo, now Harrison, and signed by him. We scratch out and commissioned by him. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
So is the new reading of that sentence should be, he was referred to an affidavit deposed to by him in the bail proceedings in my matter, which had handwritten insertions made by the Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Elaine Kuzwayo, now Harrison, and signed by him, full stop. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, you've also then stated that it was Advocate Elaine Harrison who was working on your matter together with Warrant Officer Zungu. The affidavit, as prepared by Advocate Harrison, contained material inaccuracies. Now, the one inaccuracy which you say is material is that the handwritten insertion says you were not assaulted, but the whole thing was that you were in fact assaulted.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes,
Yes, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Council.
If I may ask, how did you know, Mr. Mhlongo, that this is the prosecutor's handwriting, or is the prosecutor who wrote here?
It was done while we were in court. And you'll see that in our transcript, Mr. House did mention of it, and Mr. Zungu did consent to that. Yes, it was Ms. Elaine Kuzwayo who inserted that those handwritten notes.
Thank you.
Yes. If you can go to 5A166 of the transcript. Perhaps start off with 5A165. Okay, can you see that?
I'm there, Chairperson.
All right. Now, between line 15 and 20, this is the cross-examination of Mr. Zungu by Mr. House, and where it starts with well. Can you see that?
Well, yes, I can see that.
Yeah, 5A165, Madam Paloimer. Yes, between line 15 and 20, which starts with the words well. Yes. So this is the question that is asked by your counsel to Mr. Zungu. Well, I'm going to show you this affidavit. Have a look at it. This is the entire bail proceedings. Just have a look at the affidavit and confirm that it's yours. Then Mr. Zungu says, my lord, I can't see if it's mine. Then he says, well, just page, no, go back, no, the other way. Just go back and see there where it starts. I think the handwriting was counsel's handwriting. I think it's Deputy Director of Public Prosecution, Elaine Kuzwayo's handwriting. The witness then says, yes, my lord. Can you see that?
That's correct. That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes, and then the advocate continues, and your affidavit, do you confirm that, my lord? And then he says, my lord, I only confirm I was not told by the other accused. Then the judge intervenes. You are being asked a question. Let us stick to the question first. Is that your affidavit? Then the witness says, my lord, I did give an affidavit to Advocate Kuzwai. Then the question says, well, is that your affidavit, the one you are being shown? Then the witness says, no, I'm not sure, my lord, if it's the same one. Mr. Hauser then says, well, please, warrant officer, you must satisfy yourself because it certainly purports to be yours. Is it signed by you? Tell us that. Then he says that there is my signature, my lord. Then he says, is it commissioned? Yes, it is commissioned, my lord. And does it have your name on the front? Does it purport to be yours? Does it say I, the undersigned? And then he says, well, then you have every indication that it is yours. Then he says, the indication, it looks like mine, my lord. Then he says, and if you read it, can you see, put up specifically as a replying affidavit in a bail application? And then he says, that's correct, my lord. Can you see all of that?
That's correct, I can see that.
Then look at what happens next. And then he says, and that is the handwriting of Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, Elaine Kuzwai. What is the answer?
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, and then the advocate says, now he's finally got the concession you wanted. He says, so what is your difficulty then, warrant officer? Surely you admit that this is your affidavit. And then he says, my lord, I look, it's my signature and my name's on this affidavit. And then the advocate says, so what is your problem with admitting that it's your affidavit? Then he says, my lord, I don't have any problem. The judge then says, so it is your affidavit. The witness says, that is my affidavit, my lord. So we have three basic facts that are common cause from this exchange. The one is that the affidavit was prepared by Mr. Zungu and it was given to Ms. Elaine Kuzwai or Ms. Elaine Harrison. The second is that it was an affidavit intended to oppose a bail. And the third is that the handwritten insertions were made by Advocate Elaine Kuzwai. Do you accept all of those?
It is correct because it was done in my presence. We were in court at Umlas.
Yes. Now we come back then to where we started on this topic, which is how does it come about that this same advocate that was the prosecutor assigned for your case, where you were tortured by Kato Mano, and the evidence was laid bare in the trial within a trial, now as Director of Public Prosecutions withdraws all of the charges against the Kato Mano? I'm not sure if she even disclosed that to the families or not. Do you understand how it happens that this same person withdraws these charges? Should they have recused themselves, according to you as a layperson?
Yeah, I think for me, it's common knowledge that if you have to take a decision, like currently I'm the chairperson of the association, if there is a matter that involves a person who is closer to me, I could not be part of that. I have to recuse myself and give others who are going to be impartial.
Yes. But you then added another angle to it, which is actually there is also a personal relationship between Advocate Kuzwayo and Warrant Officer Zungu, that at some point they were married. Wouldn't that also be a basis for Advocate Zungu to recuse himself from this case? Advocate Harrison.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Now we know as a fact she didn't recuse herself. She made all of the decisions.
Unfortunately, she will have to tell the people of South Africa how come that she didn't excuse herself.
Yes.
Do you want to put up this letter from the NPA about her marriage?
Well, there's one letter that my junior says is absolutely essential to put up. So that's let's do what pages?
It's not in the documents, but we can print it from the pen. It's 2 pages.
Okay. Well, apparently it's not in the record as yet, but we will exchange it. Oh yes, it's already on the screen. Yeah.
Maybe before that, before we look at the letter, as at February 2008, rather 9, Mr. Mhlongo, when this affidavit was prepared by Advocate Harrison. Do you know, as a matter of fact, that she had been a partner or a wife to Mr. Zungu?
I won't know, Chairperson, because I was later on told that they were married, and my brother used to tease me with it that in my case, people were able to have a romantic relationship and they got married. So in my case, I've built a family out of it. My brother used to tease me with that because he was working with them.
Your brother was working with them? Who?
As we go along, it will appear that, Chairperson, my brother, who is Mr. S.W. Mhlongo, he was working for the Hawks in KZN, and he is the person that assisted me not to be killed. But it will appear as we go along, Chairperson.
That is why he was able to make those remarks about
That's correct, Chairperson.
the relationship.
Yes, I was told by my brother that the relationship started shortly after my case. So I don't know how true it is. Maybe Mr. Zungu and Miss Elaine, they will be the one who will be able to tell us when and how their relationship started. But my brother used to tease me with that.
Understand. Thank you.
Yes. Perhaps there's a shorter answer, Mr. Mhlongo. The document that has been uploaded is a letter written by Advocate R.J. de Kock, who was the Deputy National Director of Public Prosecutions, on the 17th of May, 2022, to Ms. Mary de Haas, in which there is apparently a query from Ms. de Haas about whether or not Advocate Zungu is married to a retired member of the SAPS Ketomano Organized Crime Unit, who is Mr. Zungu. Now, the third paragraph, can you see the third paragraph, which starts with Advocate Zungu?
Yes, Advocate Zungu is now divorced from Captain Zungu. However, at the time the dockets were referred to the NDPP office, Advocate Zungu was still married to Captain Zungu.
The DPP's office. So at the critical time when the decision was made, they were still married.
That's what this letter is saying.
Yes. Yes. All right. Thank you. That explains then the status of the marriage, that when the dockets were referred, they were still married. Now, we've been dealing with the evidence during the course of your trial within a trial. We've dealt with the unreliability of the evidence given by Warrant Officer Zungu. But in particular, I want to look at paragraph 190 of your statement in relation to the type of concessions that were made by Warrant Officer Zungu. Page 5/38. Uh, 5/38, paragraph 190. Thank you.
I'm there, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, what concessions were made by the state witnesses under cross-examination?
I was arrested without evidence. My continued detention depends upon my implicating myself. Without self-incrimination, I would have had been released.
Yes.
The objective of the interview process was to secure incrimination evidence from me.
Yes. And then about the pointing out, that is dealt with from paragraph 192 to 199. Can you just read those into the record? Because we went through in detail what happened during the pointing out, but now we are in the trial. What happened there?
During his evidence, Warrant Officer Zungu made an important concession regarding the evidential significance of the pointing out. He accepted that the location of the alleged crime scene had been widely publicized prior to my arrest. Paragraph 194, he further agreed that the mere physical identification of the location by an accused person would not itself constitute proof of involvement in the commission of the offense. Paragraph 195, he acknowledged that the only potential incrimination aspects of a pointing out in such circumstances would lie in the words alleged spoken by the accused during the process. 196, in the case, the physical location was neither secret or unique within the knowledge of the perpetrators. It was already known to the police and to the public. 197, accordingly, the probative value of the pointing out depends entirely upon the alleged utterances attributed to me. 198, as set out above, those utterances were obtained only after I had been assaulted, threatened, coerced, and further arose in response to the question by the commissioner officer during the pointing out. 199, in those circumstances, the pointing out did not constitute independent collaboration of guilt, but rather culminating of a process initiated by an unlawful arrest and sustained through the coercion or the coercion.
Thank you. So that explains why the pointing out evidence was then rejected by the judge.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, in relation to your connection to the offense, that is dealt with at paragraph 201, 2012, 2013, 2014. There was no admissible evidence implicating you. The warrant of arrest should not have been granted. You could have been invited for questioning rather than being arrested. There was no proper gathering of intelligence or information before you were arrested. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairperson. And when I listened to this commission and on the statement that was from Mr. Zungu, it appears to me that the person who gave them the information was the person who was working for Stenger Taxi Owners Association. And this said person, by the time, because he was the rank manager during the time, he was paid or being remunerated by giving the membership of the association. I'm saying this because he was the last person that I was with, and now I was made to understand in the statement that was made by Mr. Zungu to say that the person who, or their informer was that I was going to the bank. So he was the last person that I told that I'm going to the bank. So the information definitely came from the person who was from the Stenger Taxi Owners Association.
Yes. We would have to look at that statement because that is where Warrant Officer Zungu says he never sent any of the officials or any of the police to Mr. Mkhize, and he doesn't understand on what basis they went there without him. Is that the statement you're referring to?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes, it's in, I think it's one of the Durban Central dockets. Just want to put that to you. Thank you. So, if it's in one of the Durban Central dockets, it will be in DC 000252. Madam
Can
Chair,
it be
I
put up,
apologize,
Chairperson, because
I'll put it up now quickly. Sorry, just give us a second, Mr. Mhlongo. But it will be placed on the screen for you.
thank you, Chairperson.
If you can remind me so long, Council, is this Mr. Zungu who had earlier said that he never sent the police?
Yes.
Because at that stage, he was still going to question
Yes.
the witness.
Yes, exactly. This is the affidavit where he says that.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
That's the second one, saying that was lower. The correspondence we gave to.
I suppose we can proceed whilst our law researchers are searching, as long as the witness has the statement.
Yes,
We do remember that affidavit.
yes, thank you,
Yeah,
Madam
just
Chair.
proceed so long.
Yes. Mr. Mhlongo, the evidence you've just given now about the statement given by Mr. Zungu is correct. It comes from a different case docket, which is Durban Central Case 102/02/2009. It is at page DC 000252. It is flighted on the screen before, in front of you. And this is a statement by Sbusiso William Zungu, who says, I am number, he gives his first number, detective inspector employed by the police, and then he gives where he's stationed. He then says he's the investigating officer at Beki Temba. Beki Temba is the docket opened after the murder of Nkosi Zonde. Paragraph 3, during the course of my investigation, information became available through an informer network indicating various names of suspects that were involved in the planning regarding the killing of Nkosi Zonde. The chairman of the KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association, Mr. Bongani Mkhize, was amongst those who conspired to kill Nkosi Zonde. Now, you remember here that according to Major General Boysen, the only evidence that linked Mr. Mkhize was the statement by Mr. Swayo, which was discredited in the Umlazi case, correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
And Mr. Zungu doesn't give any other evidence to show that there was objective evidence linking Mr. Mkhize to the killing of Nkosi Zonde, correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Then he says the information further indicated that one of the suspects among those who carried out the killing was at Stenger Taxi Rank. I proceeded to Stenger Taxi Rank with the assistance of members from National Intervention Unit, and the suspect was arrested. Was that yourself?
It was myself, Chairperson.
Yes, so you were the person he was talking about at paragraph 4.
That's correct, Chairperson.
And as we now know, the judge found that there was no evidence linking you to this at all.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes, in fact, the only evidence that was linking you was the evidence of your own torture, where you were forced to sign a false statement.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Then he says, on the following day, the information was provided to me regarding the second suspect who allegedly took part in the killing of Nkosi Zonde. And it was indicated that he was at Stenger Taxi Rank. This operation was also conducted with the assistance of National Intervention Unit, and the suspect was arrested at Stenger Taxi Rank. We know that you were arrested at Stenger on the 3rd of February, 2009, correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Both operations were conducted by myself with the assistance of members from the National Intervention Unit as they were deployed at Stenger and surrounding areas. And you've testified that you later learned that the people that arrested you were members of the NIU, correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
It was my intention at some stage in the future to question Mr. Bongani Mkhize with regards to information on hand, including certain information provided to me by various sources of information. In the interim, my focus was on extensive search for other suspects that were identified to me as the ones who carried out the killing. While I was busy conducting the second operation at Stenga, I heard on the radio that Mr. Bongani Mkhize was shot and killed at Umgeni by the police. On my arrival back from Stenga, I was informed by somebody of the killing of Bongani Mkhize, but I cannot recall who that was. Now, we know that your arrest and the killing of Mr. Bongani Mkhize coincided. It all took place between 1 and 2 on the 3rd of February 2009. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
So that's what he's talking about here. He then says, I did not attend the scene where Bongani Mkhize was fatally wounded. I was not aware of any operation regarding the tracing of Bongani Mkhize, nor did I request anybody to trace Bongani Mkhize. I did not request any of the shooters to trace Bongani Mkhize. Is that correct?
That's what the statement is saying. That's correct.
And what are you saying?
It's disturbing to hear that if it's anything to be believed about it, because if this NIU and other Ketomena team voluntarily go and search Mr. Mkhize, for what reason? Mr. Zungu has to speak the truth why he ordered these guys to kill Mr. Mkhize. Because I don't believe it's true. There's no one who can just wake up in the morning and say, I'm going to look for this particular person. And this particular person was also mentioned on the previous night by other accused. Then later, few hours, because I'll say maybe 10 hours later, or 15 hours later, he was killed. Because according to the papers that are in front of us, Swayom Mkhize was giving the statement at around 9:30 at night. Then at 1 the next morning, or at midday the next day, then Mkhize was killed. So how did the information went to the members of Ketomena and the members of the NIU who was involved in the shooting of Mr. Mkhize? It can't be correct. He needs to tell us the truth.
So your point is that because he was the only person from Ketomena involved in the interrogation of Mr. Swayo, it stands to reason that the information came from him to the members of Ketomena who then killed Mr. Mkhize.
For me, that's what makes sense. Other than that, he will have to tell us how come these members get to know that Mr. Mkhize was wanted for this matter.
Yes. And so the attempt for him to distance himself from the Ketomena, you say that it should be rejected.
It should be rejected.
Yes.
Mr. Mhlongo, can we not safely say that it had become almost public knowledge that Mr. Mkhize was actually one of the enlisted suspects? And I'm talking about public knowledge because of the application for an interdict that had been done already by then, by the time these confessions were taken.
Chairperson, I would say if the reasons for killing Mr. Mkhize was coming from the case or the murder of Mr. Tongo, I would agree. But if you look at the statement or you read the statement of Mr. Zungu, it purports to me that Mr. Mkhize was killed, or it has been confirmed by the statement of, or the confession statement that was made by Swayo to say he was on the list. And if you look at the transcript, even Mr. Zungu did concede in court proceeding to say, yes, Mr. Mkhize was wanted in this case.
I would like you,
matter.
okay, I'd like you to understand my question. And this question is being asked because you are suggesting that the sole owner of information or who knew about the fact that Mr. Mkhize was being sought after is Mr. Zungu, who had been allocated the docket. And you are answering the question in the manner that you have taken into consideration already that he was assigned this case as an investigating officer. But then maybe just divorce yourself from that context and answer the question that I'm asking. And that question is, would you agree that by the time these confessions and in inverted commas up to now were taken, already there was a court application that was made in public that that disclosed information that Mr. Mkhize was being sought after by the police for the killing of Mr. Kongo. That information does appear in the court application in broad strokes. Would you agree, or you do not know, or you disagree?
Madam Chair, I will agree with you that he was sought for the murder of Tom, and the concession or the agreement that he had between the lawyers and the police was that he will surrender himself if he is needed. But we all know that subsequently he was killed. Now, if I read the affidavit or the statement that has been made by Inspector Zungu, he is telling us that he never instruct anyone to look or sort Mr. Mkhize. That is where my problem is.
Your problem is addressing some other concern that you have. But I'm just asking about whether you would agree that by virtue of the fact that the application was made in an open court, then it must have become, actually it was in the public domain that Mr. Mkhize was being sought after by the police. He was in the hit list.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Can I, as a follow-up to that question, ask Mr. Mhlongo? Mr. Mhlongo, can we give Detective Inspector Zungu a benefit of the doubt by going back to your affidavit at paragraph 90, page 5-18, where you say, upon arrival at Katomena, you encountered Captain Van Tonder, Inspector Mostert, Inspector Maharaj, Inspector Pandey. And these names, we know that they are part of the Katomena unit. And you encountered them when you arrived at Katomena, where you were then assaulted and tortured. Would you be opposed to the proposition that I will put to you now, that these people, these officers that you encountered at Katomena, could have on their own gone out to look for Mr. Mkhize and gunned him down without having been sent or instructed by Detective Inspector Zungu, who was rightfully investigating the murder of Nkosi Zondi, but had decided that he will defer interviewing Mr. Bongani Mkhize to a later stage when he was done with other suspects. I hope it was not too long.
Let's see.
No, certainly it was, but but let me try and put it in a simple term. I'm not disputing that it might happen that they out of their own will went to look for Mr. Mkhize, but my fear or my reasoning behind what I have said is that Mr. Mkhize has been always been there, but after Swayo was incarcerated, now Mkhize is being killed, and after the Nkosi Zondi has been shot and killed, now they come back and kill Mr. Mkhize, because if you can look at the sequence, Mr. Tongo was killed around August 2008. There was this killing of the Maphumulo members that happened around September and October of 2008. There was a break in between. Then there was a killing of Nkosi Zondi in January 2009. Shortly after that, Mr. Mkhize now has been killed. So that is where I think it's for me, the killing of Mr. Mkhize was triggered by the killing of Nkosi Zondi. So the person who was responsible for the investigation was Zungu. That is why he is the one that I'm saying is responsible for that. I might be wrong.
Thank you. Well, we've got Major General Boysen, who says that he was assigned to be personally responsible for this investigation. I understand that he's the most senior, but you are putting the finger on Mr. Zungu. But there's also the big fish that we should not lose focus on.
Definitely, Chairperson. Mr. Boysen as well will have to tell us, because there were letters that was addressed to him. And Chairperson, you'll see as well during the transcript there that Mr. Boysen, there were a couple of letters that was addressed to him, and he didn't bother in assisting our members.
Thank you. Madam Chair.
If I may, just to clarify one small aspect, Council. Mr. Mhlongo, we know from that affidavit at DC 000252 that Mr. Zungu was employed by SARS, stationed at Durban, organized crime, attached or detached at political violence task team. Is this the same task team in relation to which the Katomena members were involved? Do you know?
I don't know. I don't know, Chairperson.
Is it possible that he might have been appointed to investigate and work with NIU because he was not necessarily a member of, direct member of the Katomena unit, as we know it now?
Chairperson, some of these Katomena guys or police officers, they were there when I was arrested. They were there. Two of them, two African ones. It's just that I forgot their names. But I can give you tomorrow the names of these two officers who were driving me with that grey BMW.
Yes, but I'm asking a separate question, whether Mr. Zungu, the investigating officer, was part and parcel of the Katomena unit? Do you know? Or was he
I don't know.
an independent investigator who was working with NIU?
I don't know, Chairperson, if he was attached to Ketomena, but I know that I was taken to Ketomena.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I ask you to go to page 5A/150, which is the transcript?
5A.
150.
Before you do that, Council, we are now at 5:10.
Yes.
I would like to ascertain with my sisters whether we should run until 5:30 or whether your questions are going to be long, so that if they are, we should adjourn now. Yes, Council, we are agreed with my sisters that if your outstanding questions are going to be long, we may have to adjourn right now. But if it's going to take a short time, to wrap up, you can proceed.
Madam Chair, I think let me just clarify one issue thereafter and adjourn, because I've got another longish topic afterwards. But I think it's crucial to resolve this particular one. 5A/150.
I'm there, Chairperson.
After line, at line 20. So this is now, I think it's the advocate that is cross-examining Mr. Zungu. And he says, now as far as the hierarchy in the provincial organized crime unit is concerned, will you confirm for us that the head of the unit is, or at that stage was Director Johan Boysen? And Mr. Zungu says, that's correct, my lord. Then here's the next question. So yourself, the likes of Captain Naika, and those of Katomano would ultimately be under the control of Director Boysen. And what does Mr. Zungu say?
That's correct, my lord.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, Madam Chair, it looks like there's one more. Oh, yes, actually, it might be more direct. That's a page before, which is at 5A/149, at line 5. Can you see that?
I can see that, Chairperson.
Yes, so he is also asked by Mr. House, all right, now I just want to move to something else altogether. Just going back in time, do I understand that you've been with this unit, the provincial organized crime, for 8 years now? What does he say?
That's correct, my lord.
And then it goes on, just wait a little bit. It says, am I further correct that the unit which is housed at Commercial Road is the one that specializes in taxi violence matters? And then he says, that's not correct. And then it continues to say, let us just explore that, Warrant Officer. Am I wrong if I say that your unit does investigate taxi violence matters? And then he says, no, my lord. Then he says, so it follows that your unit does investigate taxi violence matters. He says, no, my lord, it investigates political violent cases. Can you see that?
I can see that, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, what we don't have directly, except for that one letter we read to you, the one letter that is clear is the letter from Mary de Haas, Miss Mary de Haas, that says Mr. Zungu was part of Ketomano. And the NPA confirms as much and says that the only difference is that at the time of the request, they were still married, but at the time of the inquiry, they were no longer married. So it seems unclear why the NPA would say Mr. Zungu was part of Ketomano if he was not part of Ketomano.
On the documents, it appears as he was part of the Ketomani.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we could end here. I'll move to another topic tomorrow. Let's just put this thing here.
Thank you, Council. Mr. Mhlongo, we are going to
Yes, ma'am.
pause now and resume tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Will that suit you?
That's correct, Madam Chair, no problem. I'll be available.
As we adjourn, remember you are still under oath. Yes, thank you. We adjourn.